Hope everyone's having a good day. Happy St. Patrick's Day. We should be good to go. See if anyone comes in here. We got a few entries so far. I got a few entries set in from my email. We got about 6 people so far. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Looks like we got 2 games tomorrow for playing games. March 18th, North Carolina versus San Diego State. We're not worrying about any of those. And St. Francis versus Alabama State. Following day, Mount St. Mary's versus American, Xavier versus Texas. And then March 20th, we get rolling. There's some games near me in Providence. I'm really considering maybe taking a bus or taking a ride up there. It's only like fucking 6 miles from my house. Yeah, Silk's in there. You're in there. Crispy's supposed to be in there soon. Hopefully people enter. It's one of those things. It's hard to do. I didn't really think it out. I apologize. You know, you hope people will enter, try to do something nice to give back. Hopefully it works out. I did my bracket already as well. I'm entered into the bracket thing. Obviously, mine's not going to count towards anything. I don't see many upsets in this tournament. I got to be honest. Maybe some of the 7-10 games. When I look at it, a lot of the matchups I think are pretty fucking clear cut. I think a lot of the matchups in this tournament are pretty damn clear cut. If for some reason that link does not work, email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com to enter. And I will send you the link that way. But that link should work. The link I have pinned and the link I have been posting in the chat should work. Yeah, a little bit. Yep. If anyone out there hasn't entered yet and clicks on that link, can you see if you can enter it through the link I have posted? Because when I click on the link I have posted, it just shows me everything because I'm already involved in it. But I'll keep posting it while we hang out for a bit. Oh, it should be. You just got to click on it. Either that or you can email me and I'll send you the link. Because it works when I click on it. But I'm already involved in it, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's nowhere for you to enter. It should say enter. fucking thing. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. I've had 3 people figure it out that aren't fucking involved with the channel, so I don't understand why it's not working. Yeah, you got to click on NatesLiveTalk and put join group. If you go to it and it takes you, it'll say ESPN fan, you put group, click group, and it should put you to NatesLiveTalk. And then you click on NatesLiveTalk and you can enter your bracket. That's how it should work. And you got to be signed up to ESPN or else it's not going to work. It's not brain science, not brain surgery. I'm sure I'll be getting emails too, so whoever emails me, I'll do it that way for them. Because it's showing me the people that have entered so far, so it should work. You might have to fill out your bracket first and then click on the link. But I don't see too many. When I look at this bracket, I don't see too many upsets. I don't see too many upsets happening. Maybe the 7-10s. Maybe some of the 6-11s. But after that, I don't see a whole lot of upsets in this tournament when you get inside the top 5 teams. Anyone ranked 5 or anyone ranked between 1 and 5, I see it going the way it's played out just about. I think your number 1 teams are going to get pretty far. Your number 2 teams. Yeah, don't even worry about him, Jet. He's a fucking piece of shit. Nothing you could do about retards. Retards do retarded shit. Not much you can do to fix it. Not too much. Yeah, I got a couple little upsets here and there. Not too many. I just don't see it that way this year. I'm sure that my bracket will get destroyed like normal. But some teams really got screwed too. Like Creighton's got to play Louisville. Louisville's a number 9 seed, but they're playing in Kentucky. You gave them a 9 seed and you let them go play in their home state. And Kentucky's like ranked like a 3, which I thought was high for them. And they got to go on the road. So I when you look at some of it, you got to watch where they're playing too. How does a 9 seed get to play at home? That's a home game for Louisville. It might as well be. I almost took Creighton too. But if they're going to play in fucking Kentucky, I don't understand why a 9 seed's playing in their home state. And they probably should have been a higher seed, but kind of fucked up. In my opinion, anyway. I don't think I have any 5 to 12 seed knockoffs. I got a few 10 seeds winning. I got Arkansas beating Kansas. I got Utah State knocking off UCLA. I think I took quite a few 10 seeds. I took Vandy over St. Mary's. But other than that, I don't have many upsets. I got Michigan making it pretty far. I got Michigan going all the way to the Sweet 16 as a 5 seed. That might be the furthest of a team I have low. I got Arizona making it to the Sweet 16. Clemson as well. And then after that, it's pretty much all 1, 2, 3s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s right to the fucking end. My final 4 is Michigan State versus Florida and Duke versus Houston. And then I got Duke and Florida in the national championship based on who they got to go through. But we'll see how many people join. Hopefully people join up. Some people might send me it via email. If you cannot get the app to work and figure it out, email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com. And I will go through your bracket on my own. But the group should work. If you click on that link and then go to Nate's Live Talk, click group, you should be able to enter your bracket. You do have to have an ESPN account. But just trying to have a little fun, give back to people that have watched my channel. Charge this fucking thing. I want to get stoned, man. I gotta go to the dispensary. I gotta go to the weed store. Not tonight, but let's see if this chat is fucking up again. Yep, it's fucking up again. Crispy, if it don't work, let me know. But it should work because I sent you the direct link to your email. If anyone's having trouble to get the tournament challenge to work, email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com and I will send you the link. Or put your email in the chat and I will send you it right now. Because I got 3 people on ESPN so far, and then I got 3 people that sent me their brackets to my email. So we got like 6 people so far. See what happens. What up, Scun? I'm going to see how this works again. Let me paste that link. So if you copy and paste that link or click on that link, it should bring up Nate's Live Talk right away. You scroll down, click on the second one, and you should be able to join. Yeah, I got them. I got Michigan going pretty far, but I don't think they knock off Auburn. Duke, Florida, Michigan State, and Kentucky. It won't let me see your guys' brackets yet. They'll let me see them once the tournament starts. Fill out a bracket, Scun. Fill out a bracket or send it to NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com or email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com. And you can enter our giveaway. Yeah, I got Michigan getting knocked off by Auburn. I got Auburn versus Michigan State knocking them off. I got Duke beating Alabama. I got Houston beating Tennessee, and I got Florida beating St. John's. As much as I hate St. John's, I think they're going to get it done this year. Rick Pitino, as much as I hate him, he's a good fucking coach. He'll be all over the refs, driving them fucking nuts. So my Final Four is Michigan, Florida, Duke, Houston. And I can't stand Houston either, but they're pretty damn good. They play good defense. They're athletic. They're long. But we're going to see what happens very quickly in this tournament. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens. Yeah, I don't trust Auburn that much either, but there should be a way to fucking, it should say join group on that link. It should have something where it says join group and you can. It's not that fucking hard to figure out, guys. It's the same link I have already given out. I think people are just bullshitting me. Think they're funny on the internet. Because everyone else I've given it to, it seems to work. Yeah, you got to have an account first and foremost. Well, whatever you say, man. If you like socialism, that explains it all. That says more about you than anyone. Socialism forever, Christ. That says more about you than anything you could say about me. Where has socialism ever worked? Where has socialism ever worked, Mr. Socialism Forever? It's never worked anywhere. Look at Venezuela. Why do you think everyone wants to run for the hills to come to the United States? They're all leaving socialist countries. Fucking moron. Matter of fact, hit the road. You're a fucking idiot. Anyway, back to the sports talk. Yeah, I don't see many upsets looking at this. The The 8-9s could be tough. You could lose some teams in that. What up, Ace? Yeah, you can't win with an idiot like that. Some of the guys that were on CBS last night were taking some crazy picks. Maybe they know more than I do. VCU over BYU. BYU's been fucking solid all year long. BYU next year, watch out for BYU. They got the #1 recruit in the country going there. Vanderbilt, St. Mary's, that could go either way. I'm going to go with Vanderbilt just because the SEC was so fucking tough this year. But Alabama versus Robert Morris, I don't see that happening. I took Georgia over Gonzaga. I know that's not really an upset. It's an 8 versus 9, but I never trust Gonzaga. Gonzaga's fucking stuck it to me many a time. Clemson versus McNeese State and Purdue versus High Point. I saw some analysts taking McNeese and High Point over the 4 and 5 seed. I don't think Purdue should have been a 4 seed. I know they had a good start to the season. They took some L's late. But I still don't think they get knocked off by those two teams. But I haven't watched either of those two teams play, so who the fuck am I? I don't think Kentucky deserved a 3 seed. They were almost outside the top 25 end of the season. But they get a top 3 fucking seed. Or a top 12 seed. I'm not sure they deserve that. But the teams they lost to were all in the top 10. You know, Alabama, Auburn, Florida. I think they also beat some of those teams throughout the season. I took Utah State over UCLA just to try and fucking switch it up. Because that's what's tough about this tournament is you gotta try and pick a couple upsets. You gotta try and pick a couple. Well, I don't see many being able to happen outside like the top 5 teams. You know, teams ranked 1 through 5. I don't see many matchups where they get knocked off until they face someone that's a better team than them as far as the rankings. I just don't see it. But I didn't watch a ton of basketball. Most of the college basketball I watched was the top teams. I did not watch a lot of the lower conferences, so I'm kind of out of the loop as well. And I can't believe I took Houston to the fucking Final Four. But when I look at who's in there, who's going to beat Houston? Tennessee, maybe? Other than that, who you got? Wofford? Utah or UCLA, I don't see. Kentucky versus Troy, I don't see either of them winning. Illinois, no. Purdue, High Point, Clemson, McNeese, Gonzaga, Georgia. And South, I don't even know what the fuck SIU is, but they're not going to beat Houston, I don't think. They're a 16 seed. What up, Beepa? Salute. Please like, share, subscribe. We got a March Madness tournament where the winner will have a free giveaway. You'll win a free gift if you win. All you got to do is click on the link in the chat or the pinned message and have an ESPN account you can join. Celtics got tonight off again. Just coming off a very long 7 games in 11 days. I cover almost every Celtics game, Vipa. So please subscribe. Come hang out. We talk sports all the time. Yeah, I almost went that way, Jet. I almost went that way. I was very close to going that way. They could do it. Georgia beat Florida, barely. They also blew a 26-point lead in that game, which scares me with them. That's the only reason I couldn't take them over Houston. How far do I think the Bucks will go or the Celtics? Yeah, I know. I have that same problem with teams too, Jet. I've had Gonzaga do that to me. I've had Carolina do that to me. I've had Kansas do that to me a bunch. Even if you don't watch it, Juice Man, fill out a bracket. You might win a prize. It's free to enter. All you got to do is click on that link, fill out the bracket, and you might win. What do you got to lose for free? It's a free chance at a prize. I'm surprised more people aren't into it. All you got to do is sign up to ESPN, click on the link I keep putting in the chat. It should work where you can get to my Nate's Live Talk bracket and join. You might have to click around a little bit, but it's not that hard to figure out to anyone that is interested. I don't see the Celtics having problems with anyone if they're healthy, to be honest. I don't know, though, because I watch a lot of Celtics games, and I am a huge Celtics fan, but the referees have been really rough on the Celtics the last few games. The Celtics I watched struggle to get calls against Oklahoma City, both games this year. That worries me a little bit. I've seen the same thing a little bit against Cleveland, but the one time the games we lost against Cleveland, we didn't even have Porzingis. So I think if the Celtics are healthy, I don't think anyone can beat them if they're healthy. Because you got to beat them 4 games. And you're probably going to play 4 games in Boston unless you're Cleveland or you're Oklahoma City. You're going to go play in Boston 4 times. So what the fuck? How are you going to pull that one off? You got to win at least fucking 1 on the road, most teams. Yeah. Well, I don't live in fucking India like you. Sorry. I can eat and drink how I wish. Always a scumbag. You're a scumbag. I don't care what I am. You're the one that came in talking shit, you fucking mutt. I live near Boston. What up, Spicoli? Salute. Oh, suck my dick, Zaper. I don't give a fuck. You people from around the world that think Americans give a fuck what you think about us are wild. Go scratch your grundle and go make some fucking Indian street food. Whatever you say, retard. Have a nice life. Bye-bye. Oh, we're just chilling out tonight, Eminem. I might play some videos of some fucking lefties losing it. I'm really just came on to see who's going to enter the tournament with us for our giveaway. I got to go live every day or YouTube stops helping my algorithm. So I got to do something every day. But I probably will show some videos I've had saved. Really just chilling. I got Duke winning it all. Please, please, please enter our tournament giveaway. Enter your bracket into the link I have pinned. It's a free contest. You guys are stupid not to enter for free. You guys are stupid not to enter for free. I'm going to send you a prize for free. I'm going to send you a prize for free. Why wouldn't you enter if you win it? I like Providence College. They're not in it this year. So I'll be rooting just for my bracket. But if you looked in the pinned comments, and I keep dropping a link every few minutes in the chat, you can enter on ESPN through the link I keep putting in the chat at a free shot at a mystery box of sports memorabilia sent to you. Whoever has the most wins will get sent a box of all kinds of goodies. How the fuck can you beat that for free? It's a free giveaway, guys. Why wouldn't you enter? Go to ESPN, become a member, fill out the bracket, click on that link. You're good. It's not that hard to do, guys. If you can't figure it out, we're fucked. I don't know what to tell you. Everyone I've had enter through my fucking channel, man, is figuring it out. It's not that hard. You guys can figure it out. I know you can do it. You guys can do it. I see people entering as we go along. All you got to do is enter, subscribe to the channel. And if you could, name your bracket. When you put your bracket in through ESPN, put your YouTube username so I know who you are. Let's use our common sense. Let's use your common sense with this one, because if you're ESPN fan, yada, 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 I don't know who you are. I see Jet, I see Silk, I see myself. I need to know who you are in case you win. What up, Jackson? Salute. Well, I'm going to send you a box of some good shit if you win. It's not that hard to do, guys. You guys can do it. What up, Kenny? It should be clickable. I see people joining it as we go along. I already got more people than I started out with. All you do is click on that link, fill out your bracket, join Nate's Live Talk group, and you're in like Flynn. No, it's through ESPN. You ain't going to get a virus. I do one every year. But go to the pinned comment and it should work. I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. Listen to some March Madness talk real quick. Let's see what Rick Pitino has to say.
I don't know anything about Omaha. So
fuck Rick Pitino. Rick Pitino is trying to get the Big East and ACC to merge. It should be clickable on the pinned comment. In the pinned comment, you can't click it. Other people it's working for. It works for me. It just worked for me. It's working for everyone else. I'll try and do it again. Load it back up. Yeah, it just worked on my phone. Hold on. Hold on. We'll fix it. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I just repinned it. Should work. Yeah, if you go to the community link, it will work too. It's working on everything I do it. Works on everything I do. Should be working just fine. People are coming in left and right. I see it adding people to it. Yeah, it just worked on my phone. Should be working. Yeah, you fucked up then. It don't ask for no debit card. You're full of shit, Eminem, and you know it. No, it doesn't. That's why I know that person's full of shit. They're just causing problems. Well, it's probably because you got some safety shit up or something. Because it doesn't cost anything. It works on my phone. It worked on 6 other people that joined. We got all kinds of people joining, so you're full of shit. Yeah, you're full of shit, Eminem. I'll be right back. I gotta take a leak. Those links should work, or go to the community page. I'll put on some basketball in the background. Till I get back. All right, Eminem, have a good night. I've had enough of your bullshit. Play too many fucking games. Fucking idiot.
Point game, Edwards, fouled by Mathurin. Crowd applauding the effort. Minnesota trailed by as many as 15 in the game. They're on an 18-8 run here in the third quarter.
Anthony Edwards at the nail in a mismatch with TJ McConnell, so all eyes are on Anthony Edwards. Everybody's got their head on a swivel, and the perfect timing of the basket cut that time by Dante with heads looking at.
We got all kinds of people joining.
It's just the perfect timing. That's what you always do back on the backside.
Ben Shepard checking in for Indiana. Let's check in with our Katie Storm.
Guys, how good is Dante DiVincenzo in this third quarter? 8 points. He looked at his teammates and said, we're awake now on that last timeout. They're finding the energy. Julius Randle was talking about getting in a better position to rebound. It seems like this team has come alive.
They absolutely have. We're nearing the midway mark of the third quarter. Mathurin, cold-blooded, drains the three. DiVincenzo, hard drive, flipped it up and off. Slapped out of bounds. It's going to be Indiana ball. Quick correction, I was Sintel, by the way. JB's going to get a fine, but it won't be $100,000. Toppin got it back from Bryant. Free throw line jumper, no good. Alexander Walker the rebound. Minnesota trailing by 5. Edwards in attack mode. Off glass for 2. 16 for Anthony Edwards. Mathurin trying to split the defense and is fouled. So on the gather, it'll be 2 free throws.
Anthony Edwards on the attack with the layup. You know, anytime TJ McConnell is dribbling the basketball, one of the things, and you know this because you watched him play so much, is the way that Coach Wayne Gretzky on the bench, Steve Nash goes underneath the hoop in circles. Mike Conley read that one play very, very well, how he saw TJ circle under the basket like Steve Nash. He went right to the gap. He knew he was going to pass it out to the corner, got the steal. So what Minnesota's been doing here, they've been engaged. The game
Providence College Friars are my favorite college basketball team.
Now, Anthony Edwards is in full attack mode right now. Minnesota's connected.
Naz Reid in the game, who is one of the lone bright spots for Minnesota.
Yes.
In the first half of the ballgame. He had 14 points off the bench. It's Edwards, DiVincenzo, Reid, Alexander Walker, and Jalen
It's
Clark.
working.
Edwards, bouncy, takes the contact. It won't go down. Free throws coming.
People are records.
Go back to
Awesome.
Mike Conley play. It was just a great read. And again, it's in the game plan. So you know that TJ likes to do this. So let's go inside the game because TJ McConnell's right here. And then there's Mike Conley. And so that little under the basket dribble, Mike was ready for it. You see him dribble, and Julius had picked him up, but Mike made that read that the open player in the corner is where he was going to go. So one of those little small game plan things that Mike is locked into. That's how you get an element in the flow. That's good producing right there. Craig Rockberg going back to find that video and then get it on TV. That's good stuff.
Here's Mathurin. Good on a triple.
That's quick play.
Pacers trying to weather this Minnesota storm here in the third. Oh, triple crossover. DiVincenzo gives it up. Edwards on the logo against the smaller McConnell. Edwards backing him down. Fouled. Two more free throws for Anthony Edwards. And with 9 points in the quarter, DiVincenzo with 8. Let's get a word from Tria.
With Tria by your side, your body can do amazing things.
This is only a really potent bench for Indiana, by the way. They're ninth in the NBA in bench scoring. 39 a game is what they average. More than Minnesota does. The Wolves are leading that category 29-20 right here. All the players out there have affected that bench scoring, obviously.
That pass broken up and stolen. DiVincenzo try to dribble out of trouble. Gives it up to Edwards, 11 in the period.
Ben Shepherd's an excellent one-on-one defender.
Edwards operating on the spin cycle for 2.
What you can do about that?
Oh, the steal! Clark, no, got it back! Wolves on top!
When Jalen Clark comes in the game, you can't take your eyes off of it or the camera. You've got to stay locked in with this dude. If you don't watch the inbound pass after a basket, watch it press up and take away the inbound offensive player, you are going to miss a highlight because this guy does it time and time again. He could put on a clinic just watching what he does when he comes into the game, the way that he takes away that inbound pass after a made basket. So Ant gets into the spin cycle against Ben Shepherd right here. And he's flexing. And meanwhile, Indiana's just trying to get it back up the court. Mathurin goes out of bounds with the basketball, trying to get it back in quickly. And Jalen Clark understands that. He knows he's trying to go back inbounds. And watch this. Jalen Clark sitting in the corner, just laying in the weeds like a shark. See the way he was sitting right there? I mean, that's just what he does, man. Waiting for Benedict Mathurin just to inbound the basketball.
Great seeing how excited Edwards was for Clark last. Just makes an impact.
Wow, Indiana, give him a shot. Thank you, Jet. I only have so many hands. I appreciate it. We still got all day tomorrow too, but I can't wait to see everyone's bracket that did enter. I mean, what more do you want, you guys? It's fucking free. What do you want for free? You're going to win a free fucking box I'm going to send to your house full of fucking sports memorabilia. How can you beat that for free? All you got to do is subscribe to the channel. Not hard to do. People are so lazy, you can't even get them to subscribe and click on a bracket and fucking just click on the teams they want to win to give them free shit. It's fucking nuts. Plus, if your bracket wins, you can win like $1 million through ESPN. Why wouldn't you do it for free? What the fuck do you got to lose? It's like voting. People don't vote in this country and shit gets all fucked up because of laziness. It's fucking nuts. I don't get it. No good deed goes unpunished. Yeah, they're not playing each other until I know what you're saying. I got it wrong. Excuse me. I like Creighton too, but Creighton fucking. I think Creighton lost somebody very good on their team late in the season. I could be wrong. You might want to look it up. But that's a home game for fucking Louisville. Pretty much. If Cooper Flagg is healthy, I don't think anyone beats Duke. I've said it so many times, I really don't. He can finish with both hands. No one can guard him. Really. If he wants to take over a ball game and he's not going to settle for three-pointers, I don't think many teams are going to stop him. He was playing with the fucking Olympic team this summer and making them look bad. Like shitting all over fucking. He was shitting all over Anthony Davis. Yeah, they lost Isaacs. Yep. Yeah, Duke looks tough, man. I know they're young. I wonder about their bench, but even though Cooper Flagg irritated his ankle a little bit, he didn't roll it. It wasn't like horrific. And he didn't play. They won the ACC tournament, even though the ACC wasn't that good this year. They still won the tournament without him. What the fuck? None of those other teams win shit without their best player. None of them. And I know they're in tougher conferences, so maybe if you throw them in the ACC, they do pull it off. But Cooper Flagg gets the ball away from the hoop. He's going to have someone big on him, most likely. He's either going to blow by them or he's going to get fouled going to the rim. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Plus, he's from New England, and I like the kid. I like everything I've heard from him so far. Like, he's really about taking care of Maine and people in New England. I am a huge Cooper Flagg fan. Huge. Yeah, he's going to be a fucking problem. As long as he doesn't get cocky, he's going to be a problem. I'll show you footage of him against the Olympic team. I don't think anyone in college can fuck with him. I don't think. That's what they're saying.
Having insurance isn't the same as...
That's what they're saying. They want Cooper Flagg. Utah's a fucking mess. They got to get somebody. Hopefully you don't go to Philly. Well, let's watch Cooper Flagg a little bit this year.
These games, they just got to do little things better here and there to turn the L's into W's. So they've been tested as well. Flagg on the drive, the turnaround. Two-man pick and roll.
Oh, goodness.
Flagg a three. An unbelievable year. The doggo. Playing for Neil Ivey at Notre Dame. Holy smokes. But I tell you what, the Ruby AA tournament appearance. Kick out Flagg a three from the front. Rebounds. All five guys stand to rebound before they leave. And Burton listed at 6 foot. Might be closer to 5. So Notre Dame seeing bodies instead of open court. A good look in the corner for Flagg. Boy, patient and selfish. What a pass. This should go this far. Flagg over Davis toward the baseline, toward the corner more than toward the basket. Can't foul there. Flagg driving on Davis and Flagg for three. Is off that token play. Burton switches on to Flagg. Flagg gets into the paint. That's fantastic. Call me sir. Flagg. Here's beside him as an assistant coach. Ball flip to Duke. Here's Flagg. Good luck. Remaining here in the first half. Speed Flagg with a left hand. Yes. 12 baskets on 10 assists for Duke. Flagg gets a touch.
Fucking nasty, dude. Wait till you see him finish around the rim. Oh, goodness.
8 assists in their victory over SMU. In addition to Flagg.
Tough finish, lefty layup.
He was like he could give you about 15 games. I don't give you 10 to 12 points.
Nice fade away.
SMU has mixed up their coverages from man to zone. They're flaring out. They need a little bit more physical, a little bit more help. That last night, here's James. And there's Flagg wide open. Vegas ball closing in on 9 minutes to go. Beautiful cut to the
Oh.
Flagg follows.
Patient. Lefty layup. High off the glass. Open look. Pull it.
For three.
2 guys running out on him.
Gets us started. Here is the freshman.
Tough
Flagg.
finish coming.
The
Nice.
under on shoot. And leave the wall alone. Quick pass, Flagg, the catch, dunk, and basket. That's what he does. He comes in the game and he's ready to let it go. Yep. Here's Flagg alone. That's probably blue. That was Proctor now. Flagg with the 2 fouls for Flagg.
Yep.
Points of weakness at times for his team this year, so they're still trying to work on that.
Duke is one of the best defensive
Tough
teams.
shot.
Tremendous effort by Burnham to get the 2 points.
Flagg working against Burnham.
Lefty finish.
And the pressure Duke has been able to put on the ball. If the guards can't see to throw it inside.
Nice baseline. Spin move.
Loses control to Proctor. Here is Flagg on the right.
Tough finish.
Brown for Flagg. And a screen from Isaiah Evans.
I had a couple guys that could go in there. Derek Coleman knocked down a couple times.
Follow-watch just right over the top of the tumble.
Oh.
Guards Cooper have to be sharp from the jump tonight. How about a 3 from court? Numbers for Duke.
The pull-up jumper, yes. Floater, not so much.
Flagg!
You try to shoot a 3 over him, good luck.
And now a mismatch in the post on Newton. And Flagg.
And if you notice, right, he plays like, I hate to say it, he kind of plays like it's going to sound fucked up for me to say, but it's the truth. He plays like a black kid. He plays like a black guy. He changes speeds. He knows how to play with pace. Watch when he handles the ball. He's not in a rush to get anywhere. Unless he knows he has it. Like, he changes speeds, and he's got that herky-jerky funkiness. He's got that Dirk type part of his game, like you said, Jet, where he can get off them shots that, like, off of a pivot or a 3-point, like, triple threat stance, off a jab step or in the low block. But watch the pace he plays at. He doesn't really force too much. See?
Back to Flagg. And
Here's the zone again. They match up very quickly, though.
Lefty finish? No, righty.
I mean, Flagg comes in on the season shooting only 22% from beyond the arc.
You didn't like it? I don't know that ball was going in or down, but it was close.
Tough shot.
Flagg up.
Tough finish.
Evans off the mark.
Good D.
Play by Cooper Flagg. That's just a heady play by the 17-year-old.
And one.
Counterattacks. Knipple trapped. Finds Flagg for 3. Bang! You wanted to see that go down, and now Cooper Flagg off to the races. Flagg takes
Left hand.
That's unreal.
Flagg really tough, but I think people.
He can finish with both hands as a freshman. He finishes with his left more than his right. It's fucking nuts.
Russell tries to drive him, picks up his dribble, 3 to shoot.
Tough shot.
Hits it. Threes, scored 18 points, has not scored as
That's against Auburn.
in the second half.
Tough shot. Hat.
Flagg of the night. Flagg slips, got back to his feet, leans in and hits. I thought it was the turkey, but I think your reality may be more accurate.
Here's another tip from the tool shop.
I think he's got all the tools, man. If he's healthy, I don't see how Auburn couldn't fuck with him earlier in the year. I mean, it was a close game, but
They set it up for Cooper.
he's got a whole season under his belt.
Mid-range game. He's open. 5 seconds on the shot clock. We're way out top. Here's Flagg. Said that to him. Go. Flagg. Left hand.
Lefty.
Side it out. And he's bodying up
Oh.
Flagg, and Flagg will. Flagg into the paint.
Oh,
Getting louder by the moment. Flagg up. The nipple driving on a walker. Nice kick to Flagg. A 3 for 13th offensive rebound for Duke tonight. Flagg.
I mean, that experience, absolutely, but the fact that he wanted the ball in that situation is one of the most important things.
nice move, smart play.
The Brotherhood of Towel Wipers. Flagg, 3 points and a half. Long two.
The teams that are able to expose your defense by getting through all your options and having the counter
So efficient in his time at Wake Forest under Steve Forbes. Happy with that miss. Flagg driving on Brea, and that's going to go. But in the NCAA tournament, they have been as good as any conference. It'll be an interesting year in the league as Flagg lays it in. Flagg for three. Yes. Rebounds and a couple of assists. In the second half, as opposed to the first. There's the switch.
Hacked.
To Tyrese Proctor, the junior from Sydney, Australia.
Here's a big one.
Gives it to
Lefty,
the
finger roll.
Came in after the strip away. Flagg. Yes!
Army's had their looks from three. It's just not what they do well.
Here comes Flagg.
Oh, no.
Preseason hand injury. This is his first action tonight. Flagg baseline. Skip out for Gillis' three. Extremely well. Finding the shooters. Bolster for Flagg. Here's an extra.
Nice pass.
Again. Now the team leader. 5 categories. Top 10 in the ACC in all 5, by the way. Here's James, a triple. Freshman in the starting lineup. As Knipple finds Flagg, he finds.
Oh. And then when you're not worried about on everyone else on Duke, they got Malamar down low, a 7-footer. And Florida's got a lot of height, but I think Florida's going to run up against trouble if they meet each other in the final. Because you got a 7-foot African motherfucker that can slam dunk and catch alley-oops like crazy, defensive force. You got Cooper Flagg that's almost a 7-footer. They got two guys that are 6'10" that come off the bench that can shoot threes, can do it all. They got Knipple, problem. They got Proctor, a problem. They got Evans, who looks like Ray Allen on certain nights. They got James, the only senior, I think, on the team, one of them, that can ball. If Cooper Flagg plays in this tournament and is healthy, I don't see how Duke gets knocked off.
Of late, Proctor's been shooting out near midcourt by Shrewsbury. Knipple handling for the Blue Devils. Almost like a zone look underneath. Flagg with his down. Will get much more of an opportunity. Nice pass. Start knocking down some of those looks. They're going to try to get back into this. James from the corner. And 6 seconds took over here in the second half. Around the back, draws three. Here's Proctor open. 37-30, 1:30 to go. Flagg the alley-oop and a beautiful paint for Boston. Here's Flagg back in the game. Proctor. There's a turnover for SMU. Flagg to Gillis. Oh, my. Wrong with the three. Brown kept it alive. Flagg in the corner. Evans tees up another one. So, after some Blue Devils. Here's Flagg. After the turnover, he'll leave it. Proctor will finish. Freshman out of the overtime elite program, which is just a couple of minutes from here. Knipple, the shirt freshman, ends a 6-minute scoring drought and a 14-0 run. And then Knipple. Flagg extra pass. One of three Duke freshmen projected to go in the top 10.
Wow, got him.
NBA draft.
Having insurance isn't the same as having state.
And that's only his half a year worth of highlights from him. We only showed half a year worth of highlights just there. He's fucking something else, man. Something else. I agree, Crispy. Please like, share, subscribe. I'm going to keep posting the link to join our March Madness tournament. If he's healthy, I don't know if anyone can knock them off, man. And if their bench is healthy, their bench is deep. Very deep. I don't know who else can knock off Duke. NBA players are already afraid of fucking Cooper Flagg. Even Durant said it. He's like, Durant came out and said, he's me with a left hand. Like Durant even said he didn't have a left hand like him in college. That says a lot. That says a lot. Kevin Durant in college was a fucking problem. Complete problem. I know he's not the same guy. He's getting older, but he can fucking... Kevin Durant can ball. But hopefully people sign up. If not, you guys got a better chance to win a prize. I'd rather see my solid supporters win it anyway. Indiana giving Minnesota problems tonight in the NBA. 4-point game. I don't think anyone's close to as good as as Cooper Flagg in the NBA draft. People like Johnny Broom. I don't think he can fucking... I don't think he's nearly as good. We're going to check him out, though. Because a lot of people like Johnny Broom out of Auburn. I'm not as high on him. Or Johanny Broom. Yeah, Jet, I feel your pain, buddy. It's fucking rough. It's like just when you start getting over it. I know. Something fucked up happens. Yeah. Oh, that's why the bitch goes ... I wonder why that person was always fucking putting just like ... I'm like, why are they always writing ... I'd block her ass. Fuck her. But a lot of people are saying Johnny Broom or Johanny Broom, however the fuck you say his name, might go number one over Cooper Flagg. They're fucking crazy. He doesn't have half the game, in my opinion. What are you ... dotting about? That's what I would say. Fucking... I know. It's hard, Jet. My ex makes me never want to fucking ever talk to a woman again. Honestly. My ex makes it so I don't even want to fucking deal with a woman ever again. And she don't even bother me anymore. It's just the way she fucking did things at the end. Ugh. Thank God I didn't have children with her. But I'm trying to find Johanny Broom highlights. There's like certain games with his highlights, not like one mixtape. Cooper Flagg's got mixtape after mixtape after mixtape. But supposedly that's what they like it. They like him a lot. And he's the reason Auburn's been so fucking clutch. But I don't think Johnny Broom can fuck with Cooper Flagg. I think Auburn's going to get knocked off. I think Auburn's going to get knocked off. Oh, don't worry about it, Pam. It's all good. Shit happens. But he had some big games, 30 points, 14 rebounds, this, that, the other thing. He can play. I don't think he's Cooper Flagg, though. We'll take a look at him, though. Check him out against Georgia.
The last couple.
Doing? They played Duke. They played Duke this year. Why am I looking at that?
Chores look different with Cox multi-gig speeds. A team of almost all freshmen, and they're at home, but the next time they meet, if it is in the tournament, it's going to be at a open site, and Duke travels to go watch them play. I don't know how Duke's not the number one fucking overall team going into this tournament. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Sometimes I think that the media fucking lies to screw people. I'm telling you. But please, if you're new to the channel, subscribe. Enter our bracket giveaway. If you win, you will win a prize. Please make sure that you put your name in the bracket, the Nate's Live Talk bracket, because I won't know who you are if you don't. And I got a few other people's brackets they sent me that I sent the link to. Hopefully they go switch it. If not, I'll have to watch it. But there you go. We got 5 people so far. I knew I wasn't fucking doing it wrong. I'm not a fucking moron. I think we had a couple trolls in the chat. Yeah, I don't see how I don't see how that works. Only team I see giving Duke problems might be Florida. And even then, I'm not too worried about it. As long as fucking Cooper Flagg's healthy. I think they're going to have major fucking problems, whoever faces them. Whoever faces them is going to be in TROUBLE. Yeah, I know. There's some games in Providence. Yeah, I agree, Jet. I agree. He could have been out of the country too, and they don't allow it. Who knows? But I've seen people also send me emails and sign up while that was going on. So it is what it is. Fuck them. Fuck them. I don't know what to think with YouTube. I'm ready to take everything over to Rumble soon, I think. I've been thinking about it. I'm really considering going to Rumble. A lot of people I know are starting to go to Rumble over YouTube as well. You're welcome, Pam. I'm going to send you another one with the link if you want to join. I have your email, so I will send you a link to join the bracket if you're interested. No pressure. If you're up to it, go for it. If you're not, I understand. I know you don't feel well all the time. But I really been thinking about taking things to Rumble. A lot of people I know have been saying, dude, why don't you do Rumble? It's so much better. Even my neighbor, he's like, I know you have a podcast, dude. Like, people have had it with YouTube. A lot of people are starting to go to Rumble, it sounds like. I've had like 10 people in the last 2 weeks say it. Like, dude, go to Rumble. You will do much better. I should have done it during the election. It's just I don't like Rumble's fucking app. But a lot of people are starting to go to fucking Rumble. A lot. The only thing I don't know about Rumble is I think it might be connected to YouTube as far as me getting paid. And if that's the case, I ain't doing that. Yeah, it's a little quirky. It's a little fucked up. It's a little, it is. It's a little funky. It's gotten better. But it's still a little funky.
Bush guy, cold and sweet.
I would still do both no matter what, but I'm just getting frustrated with YouTube. I haven't seen much growth since the election ended. Since the election ended, my channel has shrunk. Not grown, shrunk. It's crazy. So I guess we'll watch a few Lefty losing it videos and have some fun with some other shit. Really just came on tonight to try and get some people to sign up for our free giveaway, enter our tournament, try to give back a little bit. But last time I checked, I think when I went to set up a Rumble, later Crispy, when I went to set up a Rumble, I think you have to fucking have a YouTube to get paid. I'm all set with that. You have to have a fucking Facebook to get paid. And I don't have a Facebook anymore. I fucking hate Facebook. Plus, it's a bunch of non-supportive people that you know in your whole life. I used to put my shit on Facebook for people to come watch my videos and be a part of my fucking YouTube page and a part of fucking Nate's Live Talk. Nobody got into it. No one supported it. Pretty fucked up. No one. Family, friends, no one. It's always people you don't know that support you. Never the ones you know. It's just the way it fucking is. It's crazy. Crazy. I'll never understand it. Never understand it. All that fucking Facebook is a way for people to stalk each other. In all honesty. And when my ex fucked me over, I was done with it. You ain't gonna stalk me anymore. Nope. Not through Facebook. All set, all done. That shit will happen no more. It's not just family. It's people that you know in your whole life. They don't want to see you do something. Because when they support you doing that, they got to look at themselves. Like, oh, why would I support him being a fucking content creator when I got to work my job that I can't stand? You know? That's how people are. It is what it is. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck if people like me anymore. That fucking shit sailed a long time ago. Yeah, I do too. All that shit is a way to stalk people. I have no fucking use for it. None. Let's check out some Clown World insanity from Mikey Boy.
Pronoun video of like rating them. So, and it's frisbee.
Retards
At least I think of
This sounds fucking retarded.
Now, I have a quick question before we get started. Why did Cryptid Cell's TikTok look like it was filmed in some sort of jailhouse interrogation room? Anyway, welcome back. Thank you guys so much for joining me. So I've got a pretty quick and fairly crazy weekend Clown World update for you guys today, and as usual, we just don't have any time to waste, so let's get into it. Now, if you place your attention on the screen for a moment. So I saw this photo someone took at a feminist rally of this slightly rotund young lady holding up this sign. The sign says, "No, you make me a sandwich." The jokes just write themselves.
Ugh. Fucking Ursula.
All right, let's keep it moving with this young fellow who uses typical liberal logic to assume that after 4 years of some of the worst and most destructive policies under the Biden administration and an artificially propped up economy, that President Trump can just snap his fingers and turn it all around instantly. Roll it.
Now I got it.
I'm waiting for these motherfucking prices to lower, like Trump said on day one. Yeah. Prices aren't any lower. Stock market is crashing. People are being laid off. Unemployment skyrocketing. What's going on? Thought you guys were good at the economy. Thought you guys said Biden's 4 years were...
Oh, I can't stand a fucking sassy faggot. I'm sorry. I can't stand a sassy faggot that thinks they're tough. And these people are burning down fucking Elon Musk cars, right? They're burning Tesla vehicles. And they're supposed to be supporting green energy. They're all into solar. They want to save the planet. They're burning down everything fucking... They're burning Elon Musk's cars all over lately. The people that want to save the planet, lighting fucking battery-operated cars on fire. There's nothing more toxic in the world you could do. Nothing worse than a faggot that thinks he's tough while he slaps on gum. Because he can't find a cock at the moment.
So bad. Why are things getting worse?
I wasn't talking about you, Sassy.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
Stupid son of a bitch.
And next up, we have this totally sane and rational liberal young lady who will probably be getting a visit from the Fed soon. Now, I'm going to have to edit out one of the words she says here, but it rhymes with pill and starts with the letter K. And she's talking about President Trump. Roll it.
I don't give a fuck! Just you have to! I'm not asking!
She's fit for a straight jacket. This broad's 3 ways towards the weekend.
And next up, we have this bearded fellow who has a severe case of EDS, also known as Elon derangement syndrome. Roll it.
You know, I was just thinking, Elon has done more damage to the United States and the world than Putin has been trying to do for decades.
Really? Then why are you pro fucking Ukraine? Why do you support Ukraine then, you stupid fat fuck? The person that can't say damaged. Nothing worse than a stupid fucking hillbilly or an uneducated fucking hood rat. Ugh. Cockeyed. This motherfucker, look at his eyes, cocked like a pistol. Missing a chromosome for sure. That Elon Musk. Shut the fuck up.
Think about that.
You are one dumb son of a bitch.
Now listen, I don't know what the hell this next fellow with the nose ring is going on about here, but why would he film this, then upload it on the interweb?
Oh, here we go. Another one of my favorite type of fucking assholes. The urban lumberjack. I see these hipster assholes all over cities on the East Coast. They wear flannel like they go actually cut down a fucking tree or did a laborious job ever in their life. This is fucking great. I love a fucking urban lumberjack, aka hipster asshole with a septum ring. Oh shit, his glasses actually match his fucking... oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. His accessories match his fucking hipster outfit. I thought this look went out like fucking 15 years ago. Give me a fucking break. You couldn't pay me to dress like that.
And put it out there for the world to see. Roll it.
Yeah, this is one of those moments, right, where I'm fucking crazy because I'm sad and mad and angry. No! I'm allowed to have emotion. I'm allowed to be mad and sad and angry and happy at the same time.
This motherfucker got a wedding ring? I think most women like to be with assholes. This confirms it.
You're not doing the right thing, and I can see that. I'm gonna confront it. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I don't care if you call the cops.
I don't care if I'm your friend. I don't care. Do the right thing.
There's something traitorous crackling through the air tonight.
I have a thirst for what?
I think there's gonna be some drama.
What was that?
If I were them, I'd be scared.
Let's do this.
Stop whining.
Now, one thing a lot of these Democrat and liberal types have in common is they are fantastic at virtue signaling. Now, this young lady wants to shop at people's stores based on the color of their skin and who they like to have relations with. Roll it.
Okay, I really want to create an app. I don't know how to create an app. So I would love if somebody could help me with this. I want to create a map that is basically like a Rolodex of Black-owned businesses and LGBT-owned businesses, so that we can like easily get that information. I think that will really help us make more informed decisions about where we make purchases.
This bitch has never been to a Black-owned business in her life, number one. And I'm going to keep it real here, and people aren't going to like it. I've gone to like a couple Black-owned businesses. There's a couple of them that are solid. Almost every time I go to a Black-owned business, everything is super overpriced. The service sucks. They treat you like a piece of shit when you're in there. Like, I have no desire to go to many. I got to keep it real. There was a place near my house that fucking was supposed to be serving barbecue and soul food and shit. You get like a fucking little foam thing full of food. It cost you like $40. Complete fucking ripoff. And the shit was old. It wasn't even good. The fucking mac and cheese was all dry. It was crap. You go in there, you got to deal with attitudes from the staff. You pay twice as much. I'm all fucking set.
I think I'm going to start making like a local Facebook group. But I think it would be much better if it was an app and if it was scaled to like the whole country. If anybody has any ideas, just let me know.
That has honestly got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
All right, next up. So this individual, who is a biological man that identifies as a trans woman, says that the most frightening thing he had to do recently was to walk into a sub shop where there was people eating. Okay, roll it.
So I just went to get some lunch today, and I wanted the Firehouse Subs. And this is not a knock on Firehouse Subs as a franchise, but I walked in there, and they're the only people in there, which I couldn't see until I got in there because the light was reflecting off the door. Was like just one table full of like 10 burly looking guys with like hoodies and trucker hats and big old beards. And
okay.
That was one of the most frightening things I've ever had to do, because anyway, I just want to live in a country where I can feel safe getting a sub.
So you don't feel safe around real men. Oh, fucking idiot. Oh my God. This is why I don't go out much. I live in a super liberal area like this. Fucking retards.
Sub sandwich and not have to worry about 10 burly men are going to think or do or say. Or
what do 10 burly dudes want to do with a fucking guy that thinks they're a girl? What, they might laugh at you because you are a fucking laughing stock? They don't want nothing to do with you, man. You don't like it because you know you look like a fucking idiot. That's why. That's why you don't like it. You look like a fucking idiot.
Or anything when I go get lunch. So, but until then, I'm going somewhere where I can stay in the car.
You fucking crazy, man. You sound insane. Do you realize that? You should be medicated.
Hey guys, real quick, before
you can't make this shit up, retards.
Shizzle and PayPal link is by you. All right, let's get this old timer off the.
Imagine your grandpa looking like that. That's grandpa. Give me a fucking break. And then they tell us we're the fucked up ones. Fuck me. This country's a fucking shithole.
To back it up, Here we have an article from the Gateway Pundit. The caption says, "You can't make this up. Oregon's Mental Health Advisory Board includes a member who identifies as a turtle."
Wow. You can't make this up. Oregon's Mental Health Advisory Board includes a member who identifies as a turtle. How the fuck is someone who identifies as a turtle on a mental health board for a state? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I get infuriated watching this shit lately. It's like, it's fucking, I was talking to my neighbor, it's just common sense. It's fucking common sense. This person's in charge of the state's mental health, and they identify as a turtle. You gotta be fucking joking.
Hello, everybody. It's JD, turtle and pronouns. Pronouns are turtle and they, them. Hello, everybody. It's JD. I use they, them, or turtle for pronouns. Hello, everybody. It's JD, they, them, and turtle for pronouns in the Springfield area.
That just makes no fucking sense. It's just bullshit. Oh, my.
Now, it's people like this blue-haired lady in this next clip that really shock me. He's talking about a gym that opened up recently, specifically for women, not trans women, biological women, and she's not happy with that. Why? Because she wants men in her locker room? I don't know. Roll it.
New women's gym that's for biological women, but no trans women, right? And I just can't help but think this isn't a safe space for women, not for cis women or any women, because if trans women are very explicitly excluded, then that means any woman who doesn't perform femininity the way that the woman that owns the gym thinks they should, they're going to be like, oh, you've got too much muscle, you're not a real woman. Oh, you're a bit hairy, you're not a real woman. Oh, you're a bit tall, you're not a real woman. Oh, you're wearing very masculine clothes today, are you a woman? Oh, you've got very broad shoulders, you're not a woman. And then what does that mean? It means nobody's safe. It means everyone is going to be treated with suspicion. This doesn't protect women. Attacking trans women does not protect any women. It just makes it unsafe for all women.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
You see that? That's a stupid bitch.
Super stupid.
Every now and again here on the channel, we see these extreme body modifications or body mods, as the cool kids say, as far as
thank you, Jack.
Piercings and such. And I came across this picture and thought to myself, yeah, that's pretty extreme.
Fucking another idiot. Ugh.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
All right, guys, we're going to be wrapping it up with this clip of transgender Congressman Sarah McBride, formerly known as Tim, saying that the Republican Party is weird and bizarre, and that we deserve serious elected officials.
How is the Conservative Party weird and bizarre, and you are fucking posing as a woman? How is the Republican Party weird and bizarre, and you being trans isn't? I think it's far more weird and bizarre that you think you're a woman when you have a cock than anything the fucking Republican Party does. How's your Adam's apple, Tim? This shit, that's why I can't do videos on this shit all the time. Oh, it makes me want to slap the fuck out of people. It really does, like, because what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing?
Anyway, things are clearly getting very crazy out there, guys, so please take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Till next time, love you guys. Peace. Roll it.
We will not take a lecture on decorum from a party that incited an insurrection. I appear to live rent-free in the minds of some of my Republican colleagues. I wish that they would spend even a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, thinking about how to lower the costs for American families.
What did Republicans, what did Democrats do over the last 4 years to help American families? Nothing. They're the reason we're in the position we're in, you stupid cocksucker. I love how they are trying to flip everything when Trump hasn't even been in office for fucking 3 months yet. He hasn't even been in office for 3 months. The Democrat Party, I'm going to show you tonight, is starting to turn on each other. It's going to be beautiful. Chuck Schumer has exposed the Democrat Party for what it is. And now AOC's coming for his head and shit. The Democratic Party is going to get blown up very soon. Figuratively speaking. I would never do anything to hurt anyone or myself. I don't mean it in that way. But this party is going to be gone very soon if people smarten up.
I wish they would spend a fraction of the time that they spend thinking about me, figuring out how to make government actually work better, rather than making it work worse in order to prove that government can't work. They are obsessed with culture war issues. The Republican Party is obsessed with culture war.
No, you're obsessed. We want everyone to be a man or a woman, just like God made you. You are a walking hypocrite. Literally, you have a cock and an Adam's apple, and you walk around with a woman. Your name's Tim. Shut the fuck up.
Issues. It is weird and it is bizarre. And the American people deserve serious legislators, serious elected officials who are focused on bringing people together to deliver real results for the American people. Not to play games and not to engage in schoolyard taunts.
Unreal. Yeah, 3 people in the whole world that'll clap for that bullshit.
Oh. I can't wait for the world to end. I cannot fucking wait. If there's a God, he must be so fucking mad. If there's a God, how mad do you think he is right now? How fucking mad? How mad do you think fucking God is? Fucking nuts. Got people cutting their fucking wieners off thinking they're women. You gotta be fucking nuts. Nuts. There's nothing normal about that. What the fuck are we doing? Fannie Willis found guilty in court, ordered to pay Trump money. Wow.
Every time I took a trip with my lover, I paid him in cash. Where the hell did you get the cash? You know?
Your Honor, I object.
Why is that?
Because it's devastating to my case.
Overruled.
Good call. What's up, guys? It's Benny. I'm going to say something that's going to get me in trouble with this audience, but hear me out. I missed the Donald Trump lawfare just because it was so damn entertaining. The live press conferences in front of the courthouses with Don Jr., Eric Trump, with Alina Habba on the courthouse steps. Come on, man. That's made for TV. The memes about Alvin Bragg, Fats, Court, Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis, of course, we thank her for the mugshot of President Trump. This mugshot of President Trump, in part, won the presidency for Donald Trump. Then he turned it into his official White House portrait. Kind of interesting, the official White House portrait of Donald Trump is just his mugshot, right? It's like the same thing. Here, check this out. This is a photo of Conor McGregor today from the White House. Look at that. That's the Trump mugshot. St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way. Conor McGregor there, real photo. Him with J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, but that's the mugshot photo. It's the same photo. So in small part, we're thankful for Fani Willis.
What is that?
And we're also thankful for these comedy routines that Donald Trump would do on Fani.
All these local cases like Fani. It's spelled Fanny. It's spelled Fanny like your ass, right, Fanny? But when she became DA, she decided to add a little French, a little fancy. Fani.
Yeah.
Fani and, Fani and Mr. and Mrs. Wade, which his wife did not appreciate.
It's gold. Okay? It's gold, Jerry. It's gold. Just like the mugshot that Fani Willis gave us. Well, this is also gold, or on our St. Patrick's Day, a little less gold for Fani Willis in her little leprechaun pot. Fani Willis going the way of every other lawfare that went after Donald Trump. They've all been destroyed, with one exception. They haven't thrown out the Georgia case just yet. So this is exciting. Fani Willis ordered to pay $54,000 for violating open records laws in Trump case. Judge Rachel Cruz ruled that Willis's office was hostile and intentionally violated Georgia's open record laws. Now Fani Willis has to fork over a massive amount.
Oh, she won't pay. The taxpayers will pay.
Ordered to pay $54,000. I won't say Fani. I'll say Fanny. $54,000 for violating the state's open record laws and retention in relation to the prosecution of President Donald Trump. The county Superior Court judge formalized her ruling Friday and ordered Willis to pay $54,000 in attorney's fees and litigation costs for intentionally failing to provide records by Ashley Merchant, the attorney who filed a motion to disqualify Fani Willis. We're still waiting on that one. Cruz, the judge, stated that Willis's office failed to provide documentation related to the employment of Nathan Wade, former special assistant to district attorney, who was forced to resign from the Trump case due to the romantic relationship with Willis. Oh, by the way, there't a Trump clip for that one.
Indicted by Fanny in Georgia. Fanny. How did that work out? And her lover, Nathan Wade. And they hired him for almost $1 million because of his great experience. Of course, he didn't have any experience. He had experience in something else. You know that. A lot of experience. And at that, I'm quite sure he was very good based on the fact that she called him 2,000 times. I didn't know the gentleman. I didn't know him. Oh, you have 2,000 phone calls, 3,500 text messages. How is it possible in a short, I know a lot of people. We like a lot of people. I happen to have a very good relationship with a woman called Melania. But I would venture to say in all the years that I've known her, I might not have called her 2,500 times. That's a...
Probably not.
Okay. All right, here we go. Back over to the article. This is why Fani Willis is getting fined right now. Defendants, through the open records custodian, were openly hostile to the counsel plaintiff. Now they've been fined and found guilty. Bond, who testified that the usual practice was to call requestor to receive information, to fulfill a request, indicated that he refused to communicate with Merchant by phone. Oh boy, here we go. Man, what a nightmare. What a nightmare. The entire offices. What a mess. F-A-F-O. And by the way, case is still ongoing. There are disqualification rulings and hearings in the future. Very much look forward to covering those live. Proud of my friend Ashley Merchant and John Merchant for the pursuit of truth. Fani Willis fiasco. Willis's handling of the request indicates a lack of good faith. Defendant's failures were intentional, not in good faith, were groundless. And now she has to pay $54,000 for intentional violations in the Trump case. Ooh. The hunters will become the hunted. Defendant shall deliver plaintiff's payment, the amount of $54,000. Oh, man. It's amazing. We went to...
The sad part is, this is the sad part. And this is what really pisses me off.
She's not going to pay any of that. Fannie Willis is asked to pay that. It's against the state of Georgia. So now taxpayers in Georgia have to come out of their pockets because Fannie Willis broke the fucking law. Isn't that nice? You see what happens when you hire fucking morons? You see what happens when you hire DEI people? It's fucking disgusting. So now the state of Georgia's taxpayers are on the hook. Excuse me, about to puke over it. $54,000. She still might be going to jail. This bitch has caused mayhem everywhere she's gone. She couldn't even find Young Thug guilty. She couldn't even find Young Thug guilty. Let's keep it real. She had cases against rappers. She couldn't find them guilty, where she's in trouble. Fucking pathetic. Disgusting scumbag.
Let me get you a cold one. Try.
Yeah, Letitia James is going to get it too.
Losing it. Let's watch this maniac who brought himself a beautiful Tesla just to destroy it. I'm sure they'll show Elon Musk. One thing you can say about them on the left, they ain't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Armed with a pickaxe and sledgehammer in Seattle's Soto neighborhood, these two fellas went to town on this Tesla. The car was left in shambles with
These retards are the most retarded of the retarded, besides people that cut their wieners off. Look at them. All these Democrats love Tesla. All these far-left losers love Tesla. Now they fucking hate Elon. And they're burning Teslas. Yeah, let's set an electric car battery on fire. Let's burn Teslas everywhere because we care about the environment so much. It's like a vegan saying they care about animals, that's why they eat vegetables. They're fucking idiots.
Shattered windows, massive punctures, and tons of anti-Elon Musk graffiti.
You don't like what Elon Musk is doing?
This man would only give me his first name. Greg, sorry. But says he actually owns the white Model S.
I bought it just to destroy it.
And Greg says he coordinated the stunt with his friends because...
And listen, what screams being fucking spoiled more than anything? I bought a Tesla just so I could destroy it. He got a big fancy watch on. These people are scumbags, man. They all say, oh yeah, listen to the rich guy. Yeah, he don't know what he's talking about. And they all got more money than all of us. The Democrats nowadays are the people with money that look down at people. Because they're all college educated. How fucking much of an asshole and how much of a fucking rich asshole could you be that you go buy a Tesla to destroy it? Like he's making some huge statement. He's probably a gazillionaire. A fucking asshole.
Because he doesn't like money.
And then, oh, yeah, we gotta go green. I care about the environment, so I'm gonna burn electric cars. Because that's gonna help us. These people are mental. That's all there is to tell you. These people that support the Democrats at this point, they're fucking mentally ill. They're lunatics. Straight the fuck up. Straight up. There's no other way to say it anymore.
Just wacky, wacky, wacky. Can you imagine spending all that money just to destroy a car? Elon still gets the profits from that sale, so well done. Time to check in with some young folk about the state of the nation. Let's see if they can articulate their opposition to Donald Trump.
Do you think that President Trump is making America great again, or is he making it worse?
No.
Clearly making it worse.
What is one specific thing that is making America worse?
Well, there's a lot of things that we
That's
Oh,
good.
what, Fatso?
I'm looking for one.
They're decreasing funding for the agriculture department DEI training.
Decreasing funding for agriculture DEI programs. Fantastic choice there. And sadly, the college kids disgracing themselves with absurdist statements are all too common these days. Listen here as these supposedly well-educated young adults talk about their favourite revolutions. And they pick ones where Islamists seized power and destroyed women's rights, the rights of religious minorities. This is low-key terrifying.
I'll be asking members what their favorite revolutions are.
I think my favorite revolution's the Iranian Revolution. I think it's really cool how it works.
What is your favorite revolution?
Afghanistan 2022.
Crazy.
It defeated American imperialism once and for all.
And watch as this next simpleton explains that she'd rather go to Palestine than Israel, despite the fact that she's gay.
Are you queer?
Yes.
Would you go to Israel?
I would go to Palestine.
Even though, wait, but if you went to Palestine, you'd be thrown off of a building for being gay. Do you love Palestine?
Yeah, why not?
Even though you wouldn't be allowed to be yourself there?
I feel like they're not judge, even if they have a set mindset. It is actually very haram in the Muslim culture for them to judge.
They're not.
It's haram to walk around being a faggot. These people are hilarious that support Palestine. They would be fucking stoned to death or thrown off the fucking highest building the minute they knew. The shit is hilarious. Hilarious.
Supposed to judge. It's haram to judge or bless. So dangerously delusional. To Cardiff University now, where a student running for student president, well, started to run on a communist platform, pushing the agenda of the ideology that has slaughtered, starved millions of people. The hammer and sickle should be as unacceptable as the swastika and other Nazi symbols. Both are vile ideologies, something these fools seem incapable of appreciating. This is what happens when you are completely ignorant of history.
I'm here with communist students from across the Wales and the West to officially launch the start of the campaign where I'll be running for student union president at Cardiff University.
Communist running for student union president. That's hilarious. You don't know what communism is then, you stupid bitch.
I'm running with a communist program, so our first demand is kick capitalism off campus. This means an end to the marketisation and privatisation of education. Our second demand is no more cuts, open the books. If management says there's no money, then we say prove it. The final demand is for student and worker control of the university.
Let's have a musical interlude now. We brought you this bit of non-binary musical genius a couple of weeks ago.
Save them energy. Save them energy. Save them energy. Save them energy.
Wow.
Well, it seems the lefties losing a promotion is seeing this absolute banger gain renewed popularity. Everyone wants they, them energy. Now, Bernie Sanders, that old socialist himself, thought it was a...
Can you imagine going to that fucking concert? There was like at least 100 people there. That's fucking nuts. I think I'm going to stop making t-shirts and selling them with the trans flag and then an equal sign mental illness. I think I'm going to stop. I've had it with this shit.
Appropriate to have this performer at a recent event. We've naturally had to bleep out, well, most of the grotesque lyrics.
God, have a big fat cause it feels like he's heart is filled with lightning.
Now, we are seeing violent protests in New York against the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration and the recent detention of anti-Israeli, anti-Western civilization activist and Columbia University student Mahmoud Khalil, who authorities intend to deport, and the ferals don't like it. those lefties losing it is a man who wants to be the next mayor of New York, Zoran Mamdani. And here he is screaming at border czar Tom Homan.
How many more New Yorkers not talking? Do you believe in the First Amendment? Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom Homan? How many more New Yorkers will talk about parties?
Let's bring in journalist and author Batia Ungasargon. Batia, this guy is an elected official, an assemblyman, and he's carrying on like this?
Unfortunately, a lot of American politics right now is elected officials trying to get their Twitter moment. We're seeing Twitter politics everywhere where people just want that clip so that they can show their online audience, look at me, look at what I accomplished, look, I'm out there defending these principles and so forth, when honestly, this stuff is only popular on social media. The American people overwhelmingly chose Donald Trump because he promised to get rid of the no good nicks. He promised to get rid of criminals, violent criminals who had come here illegally. And he's living up to that promise every single day. Tom Homan is a real hero. This is a person who waited his whole life for this job, and he's doing it with a smile on his face. And he absolutely loves it, Rita. When the lefties lose it on him, he talks about it all the time. He's like, bring it on. I'm going to service the American people. And so you have a real split screen here between these lefty politicians catering to an online audience which is minuscule in real life, and then of course the MAGA movement, which is representing where the vast majority of Americans are at.
Now, we've got plenty more serious issues to discuss, but let's just have a little bit of fun here. And we've got more proof here that Donald Trump is the funniest president we've ever had, ever. Watch him here as the Irish Prime Minister Martin, is asked about Rosie O'Donnell moving to Ireland. She has fled America, another win for the Trump administration. Watch this exchange.
Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's going to lower your happiness level. It's true. Thank you. I like that question. Do you know who she is? I'm joking. You better up that now.
I just love this entire...
Rosie O'Donnell moved to Ireland. She couldn't make it in the U.S. anymore. Rosie O'Donnell's fucking family's a mess, too. Her fucking kids can't take care of their kids. They're all involved with fucking child protective services. Look into Rosie O'Donnell, see how fucked up she is. We all know anyway.
The way the clash started years ago. I remember Donald Trump being questioned about his comments about Rosie O'Donnell when he was running in 2016. And now it ends with her fleeing the country and the president making jokes about it in the Oval Office.
It was such a great Trump moment because, you know, when he first understood what the question was, there was a moment where he was like, quite right. And then he was like, great question. I love that question. You know, there was a moment where he was pretending to take it totally seriously. He has an amazing sense of humor. And, you know, I really do think that even a lot of people who didn't vote for him are finally coming around and admitting this guy is hilarious. He knows how to work a room. His comedic timing is impeccable. And it is so great. I mean, this is how you win a feud, right? You make the other person leave the greatest country on earth.
Well, you know what? You've got to give her some props because at least she followed through with what she said she was going to do. We've had so many of these celebrities and activists who have threatened to leave as if anyone would give a damn, but they don't. She actually followed through. So I think, you know, it's a win-win for the country and perhaps for Rosie as well. Maybe she'll be happier in Ireland. I don't know. I think once she discovers what a socially conservative country it is, that abortion is only available on demand in the first trimester, even even stricter than Mississippi, Batia. So once she learns some of those things, she might start becoming an activist in Ireland. Now, this story is disturbing. This is from Politico. They are reporting that a senior official at USAID instructed the agency's staff to convene at the former headquarters for an all-day group effort to destroy documents. An email sent to USAID's acting Executive Director, Eric Carr. It says, shred as many documents first and reserve the burn bags for when the shredder becomes unavailable or needs a break. What is going on? And is Pam Bondi doing anything about this?
So amazing. I mean, it really makes you wonder, what were they up to there in addition to the waste, fraud, and abuse that's been uncovered by Elon Musk? It's great because at this point, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now taken control of USAID. He's gone through all of the programs. They axed many of them, and then they kept the ones that they felt reflected our values globally. And I think that was really the right approach. There's no greater patriot than Marco Rubio. He knows exactly what he's doing, but he also brings a real maturity to the role. And so I'm sure he will get to the bottom of whatever nonsense and nefariousness is happening there.
Now, just quickly on the Canadians, they seem to have delusions of grandeur. They've tariffs on American products, but they feel it's almost an act of war if their products are similarly tariffed. What's the latest on this stoush?
So President Trump has been using tariffs in three very important ways. He's been using them in order to achieve other goals, like, for example, limiting the number of illegal immigrants crossing from Mexico or the amount of fentanyl that's entering the country and is so deadly to so many Americans. That's the first goal. The second goal is to generate revenue. He wants to make money from these tariffs. And the third is President Trump absolutely loathes when the United States is treated like a patsy. And that is basically what we have in our trade relations with many, many countries whose tariffs on us are so much higher than our tariffs on them. It's not fair. There's a fundamental feeling of this is unfair. If we are importing huge amounts of steel and aluminum from Canada and they're putting tariffs on our steel and aluminum going into Canada,
why would anyone buy it?
Fair.
Yeah.
And so I think what President Trump wants is to use tariffs in all of these ways to have a more equitable relationship, trade relationship that prioritizes Americans. I'll just make one more quick point on this. For a generation, we have seen the downward mobility of America's working class as we shifted from an economy based in manufacturing to an economy whose largest share is in finance, meaning that people who own a lot of assets are very wealthy and working class people are poor. That is unacceptable. And President Trump is saying, this will not stand. I want a strong manufacturing base because I want the hardest working Americans to have a fair shot at the American dream. And what we're seeing in the stock market is Wall Street absolutely losing it.
Yeah, they don't want it.
For the first time in 60 years, the president is not on his knees servicing them, but wants labor to have a fair shot. This is an absolutely revolutionary president. And of course, the elites are going crazy. Wall Street is losing it this time, Rita, and they need to hold the line and stop undermining our president.
Well, I think, Wall Street knew this was coming. Because everything he is doing, he said he was going to do throughout the election campaign and before. So there are no surprises here. I think the only surprise is that he's actually following through with those promises because, as we know with politicians, sometimes they can promise the world and not deliver. But thus far, whatever you think of Donald Trump, he has been implementing what he said he'll do. And
he has. That's why I laugh at everyone that brings up tariffs.
Anyone that is against what Trump's doing with tariffs does not care about the American worker. Everything we import to China, to Europe, to Canada, to Mexico, we pay massive tariffs on to that country. When we usually make the best product. It's not fucking right. All Trump's doing is trying to even the playing field. And now it's a huge fucking issue. Like I said, I've said it so many times, right? And Lord, forgive me. If things don't change, I am so glad I am halfway through my life, at least. The way the world's going. I am so fucking glad. It is going to be such a fucking mess when our generation is gone. Unless we fix it very quickly. We are going to be fucked. Look at the people coming up that are young. You think they can run this country? You think all those woke idiots will run this country the right way? Yeah, no doubt, Jet. I'm depressed as a 42-year-old. Oh, let's check this out. Hunter Biden just fled America, too. Moved to Africa. Let's check this out. They're all bouncing. If you notice, everyone that had an issue with Trump is bouncing. Whatever you say. Whatever you say, turd. There's no other way to combat it. Goodbye. I don't even want to hear your bullshit. Goodbye. Fucking idiot. Well, then just keep giving your tax dollars away, you fucking moron. People are so fucking stupid. It's amazing.
Want to have some ice cream with my friend and me?
Get lost, baseball.
First you get the money, then you get the ice cream. When you get the ice cream, then you sniff the girls.
What's up, guys? It's Benny. President Trump is one of the greatest business minds of our era, and he just executed the greatest business trade of our lifetimes. You get a secure border, cheap gas, and cheap groceries, and Rosie O'Donnell self-deports. This is a agreeable trade, given the fact that Rosie O'Donnell currently has herpes.
Look what I have on my lip. Everybody's been saying you have herpes all this time, and I never had a cold sore in my life. And now I have a cold sore. And it makes me think that perhaps this weird...
Oh, you should stop eating so much dirty pussy, Rosie. Maybe if you stopped eating so much dirty cunt, you wouldn't have a cold sore. You decrepit bitch.
Weird pimple that had a tiny little head.
You know, you don't have to post everything. We talk about this all the time at the company. You don't have to post everything. Sometimes you can just see a video and say, no, I'm not going to post that. In spite of the fact that she was infectious with herpes, Ireland allowed Rosie O'Donnell to move there. That's perfectly fine with me. She says she's never coming back to America. Great. Also, somebody who called Diddy Cuddle McSnugglestuff, who also designed her set after Epstein Island, who regularly featured Diddy on her program.
Not too late, please.
What time would you like me there?
I'll tell you later.
Okay.
But not too late. Because, you know, once you get there, the party really starts.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you. I promise you I'm not going to let you down on this big one.
All right,
For
good.
real.
Good.
Your shoes, your feet are going to have blisters. You're going to be dancing so hard.
I can't wait.
Okay, Diddy talking about how he's going to give physical injuries at the party, and the party doesn't start until he gets there, says Ellen. Got it. Ellen moved to England and now wears a disguise, colored her hair. She said she will never go back to America. It's kind of fascinating that the woke only choose majority white countries to move to. They never move to Haiti. They never move to Venezuela. I guess it's a mystery that will haunt us forever. I wonder why. It really does make me wonder, why aren't all the celebrities fleeing to Haiti? It really does. It really does boggle my dead soul. Here we go. One more big-time lib celebrity. This time, a president's child, or at least a resident of the White House's child, has fled the country.
never to return? We're not exactly sure. Hunter Biden may be avoiding testifying in laptop lawsuit because of a possible 3-month trip to South Africa, according to docs. It's not possible. He's literally in South Africa right now. Hunter Biden is trying to dodge a deposition in a lawsuit involving his infamous laptop because he wants to decamp to South Africa for 3 months. He's using LA wildfires as an excuse, new court documents allege. Former Trump White House aide Garrett Ziegler, with whom Hunter claimed it illegally hacked his laptop, is fighting Biden Scion's request to drop a lawsuit against him. Biden said in a filing last week that he cannot pursue the suit because he is broke. It's very interesting because he seems to be living lavishly in
how's
South
Hunter
Africa.
Biden
I can
broke?
confirm, says Laura Loomer, Hunter Biden in South Africa. As I type this, Biden Oceanside Villa, that's $500 per night. Earlier this morning, I was able to track Hunter down and confirm that he was living in the luxury Oceanside Villa. 6 days ago, Hunter told a judge that he was broke and he couldn't pay his legal fees. Then he fled the country. A couple days later, obviously, he isn't broke because I just confirmed where he's staying at a luxury Oceanside Villa. Well, there we go. 3 months in Cape Town, South Africa. Secret Service will be providing him protection. So Secret Service still protects Hunter Biden? I guess that's true. I mean, I've heard of a lot of Secret Service revocations, but I guess I haven't heard of anything for Hunter Biden. I mean, this obviously does fall to Trump as to whether he's going to strip the Secret Service from Hunter Biden or not. Garrett Ziegler now alleges that Hunter's situation isn't nearly as dire as he claims. He believes that Hunter planned a 3-month trip to South Africa, and he's trying to avoid a deposition. Also, Zelensky's in South Africa at the exact same time. No question as to whether the two are related, but they are related via the Ukrainian.
And Zelensky's there at the same time? What a coinky-dink. So Hunter Biden can't pay any of his bills, takes off to South Africa because they want him to talk in a deposition. Says he has no money to pay for legal fees, takes off to South Africa, uses the wildfires as an excuse, and at the same time, Zelensky's visiting him in April there. Give me a fucking break.
Biolabs that Hunter Biden helped found and start. Hunter Biden has escaped to South Africa despite claiming that he's broke. He'll have full Secret Service protection. His sudden departure comes as he is set to face deposition for his laptop. Just outrageous. Hunter Biden is vacationing 3 months in South Africa. Secret Service will be providing full protection. How expensive is that? How expensive is this to the taxpayer? I mean, it costs tens of millions to do a trip like this with full Secret Service protection because you're paying for the agents, you're paying for their planes, you're paying for their cars, you're paying them, protection detail, right? Hunter Biden does not deserve Secret Service protection.
No,
he wants to go on a 3-month vacation to South Africa. He shouldn't be on the taxpayer dime. What was the over-under on Hunter Biden coming back from South Africa? We don't have extradition treaty with South Africa. So what's the over-under on that? Hunter Biden is reportedly vacationed 3 months into Cape Town. That means that your tax dollars are paying for Hunter Biden's Secret Service on a 3-month vacation. This should be stopped. Yes, that's right. New York Post reporting here. Classic 3-month trip to South Africa.
Yeah, classic 3-month trip to South Africa. Yet he claims he's flat broke. But he's staying in a $500 a night fucking home. These people are the fucking devil, man.
When you're flat broke, yeah. Hunter Biden shouldn't receive Secret Service protection. Taxpayers shouldn't foot the bill. And he's just trying to avoid culpability. In fact, we had Garrett Ziegler on the program.
And he gets to run around with Secret Service agents, keeping him safe on all of our tax dollars. Must be nice to break the law and get protection wherever you go. Paid for by the American people. I hate these motherfuckers. I would never hurt myself or anyone else, but I can't stand these motherfuckers. They are the devil.
Recently, and he explained all of this to us. This, of course, doesn't come as a shock. Gary Ziegler explained that Hunter Biden going to South Africa is...
Secret Service gonna run around protecting a fucking crackhead. Fuck out of here. and Zelensky's going to be there at the same time. Yeah, there's no coincidences. We know that.
And Hunter Biden trying to flee these court proceedings is actually a sneaky, dark, underhanded way to keep the court proceedings going.
Wicked, dark, underhanded
cases. He says art sales plunged since his dad left office. Bemoans LA wire fire and says he's too broke to keep his legal filing. So Garrett Zeeler was on our program saying this is totally fraudulent, not real. His wife, by the way, is South African. Okay, so he's like fourth, fifth wife here. She's South African. And so, again, what are the chances that Hunter Biden doesn't come back to America? I don't know, man. Pretty high, I'd guess.
Yeah.
Here's Garrett Zeeler on our program just a few days ago, explaining his fight against Hunter Biden dropping this lawsuit.
Garrett, you beautiful man, you. This is like your third or fourth time on the program. We have always been a massive fan of yours. You published the full Hunter Biden laptop, for those of you who don't know, at the founder of the Marco. There it is. And now you have, I guess, won your lawsuit. The Hunter Biden sued you for publishing the contents of this laptop that are his. And now Hunter Biden is arguing in court that he can no longer continue that lawsuit. So where does that stand?
Baby Baba Pop. The sweet
Fucking joke. The Bidens and the Democrats are the biggest scum buckets on the earth.
And I am always willing to wait for DJT. So anybody else in the world, I have all the patience in the world for him, because I think his back and forth with the press is so important, considering Joe never did that. So Hunter, Joe's son, wants to cry uncle. And he wants to cry uncle because we noticed a deposition upon him and his sugar brother, Kevin Morris, who has lent him $7 million as sort of an in-kind campaign contribution to Joe. He's wanting to dismiss the lawsuit in a way that is horrible for us. So we're not litigious people, our group. So he sued me and the nonprofit Marco Polo. But he's wanting to dismiss it without prejudice, which in non-legalese means whenever he gets a new sugar brother or a new patron, he can just bring the case again.
That's it.
Of course, any sane defendant would not agree to such conditions because we would be prejudiced by that. We don't want to have to deal with this. I want to move on with my life and maybe go help the government. So this is in the judge's hands now. We filed a response to his, what's called an ex parte application, which means we only had 24 hours to respond. Ex parte, again, in non-legalese, is just emergency. He filed this emergency motion on Wednesday. We had
just found out he was fucking broke.
Respond to it, and we have like 4 arguments, which is there's no emergency going on. The real reason is that he doesn't want to sit for a deposition and be deposed by me or Kevin Morris, his sugar brother. And number 3, if this goes forward, we are going to be able to get discovery that he thought he would just be able to run out the clock. So we have a fact discovery. I know I'm getting in the weeds, but the case isn't technically dismissed yet because we told the judge, if you are going to grant Hunter's motion, we want our legal fees reimbursed, which for this case alone is $197,000. And now his sugar brother sued me in the nonprofit in state court. That one's $200,000. So I make this offer to Hunter publicly. If he wants to get rid of this, we will agree to a dismissal with prejudice, meaning he can't bring the case again, and that he reimburses our legal fees, which right now are about $397,000. And again, we're a nonprofit with a total budget of like $600K, Benny. So that means that half of our income, half of our donations have been fighting this man-child, this Peter Pan-like figure. He turned 55 last month, and everybody talks about him like he's a 22-year-old college sophomore sowing his wild oats. This guy's a man-child. So our demands are very reasonable. All we want is dismissal with prejudice so that Hunter can stop legally harassing me. Very reasonable. I think all of our donors, all of our grassroots donors understand why we're doing this. We don't want to continue this lawfare, but if the judge grants Hunter's request, Hunter will be doing essentially, I'm not a golfer, but it's essentially a legal mulligan, right? Hunter wants a mulligan because he doesn't want to suffer a depo. And he's saying that the fires are a convenient excuse for him to get out of this. Now, anybody who lost their house is rightfully sad, and it's a tragedy, right? But Hunter didn't own the house, Benny. It was a rental.
Of course he did.
He doesn't even have to deal with the insurance claim. You and I,
that motherfucker don't own
right?
shit.
With mortgages, maybe, and home insurance claims. That's what Hunter doesn't have to deal with because he's a Biden. And as Joe said on a hot mic to the mayor of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, nobody F's with a Biden. So normal things like homeowners policies, Hunter doesn't have to deal with that. That's for the little people, the hoi polloi. So we're not going to lay over and die this easily. We want our fees reimbursed and for Kevin Morris and Hunter Biden to shut up about me. They put in their papers yesterday that I hacked his iCloud. Vinny, I know this is a soliloquy, but this is my last statement. I can't even hack an iCloud if I tried. You know why? Because I can't do it. I'm not technically proficient. I can write, and I have a BA in economics. If I'm guilty of what Hunter is accusing me of, Apple would pay me like a $10 million bounty because they pay that much to patch bugs in their system. I can't hack an iCloud. That's preposterous. We got a standalone hard drive of his corruption, drugs, and business deals and put it into a report. Nothing was connected to the internet. They sued us under a criminal statute, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act. I'm not a hacker, man. It's all bogus.
And then Zelensky's heading down there to see him in the next 10, 15 days. Fucking pathetic. He's down there to launder more money and cover shit up. Fucking disgusting. I don't know how people continue to support the Democratic Party. It's either Trump derangement syndrome, and watch, there's going to be a new one coming out. They don't even care about Trump anymore. Now they want Elon. Elon derangement syndrome's coming next. It's already working. They're already starting to do it. Burning Teslas. I don't understand how the people that say everything's fucking, they want green energy, and they want everything to be wonderful and nothing run off gas. They want all clean energy, but they are destroying and burning Tesla batteries, Tesla cars. They're full of shit. They just want whatever they want. If you're a far lefty, really go get your head checked. If you are a far leftist, I'm talking on the far left, you really got to fucking look at what you're doing to your country. You're destroying it. All these motherfuckers loved Elon Musk. They all loved him. They all drive Teslas. Now they don't like their Tesla no more. Fucking nuts. Nuts. I've never seen nothing like it. He's about to plug the gravy train. Maybe. But they're going after him too now. I never hated on EVs. They're not worth it for me. You can only go so far with them. You guys all used to blow Elon Musk. Now you hate him. You're a Kansas Jayhawks fan, and that explains it all. You just explained everything I need to know about you. Fucking idiots. I don't like EVs. I never changed up my tune. EVs are good if you have the money for one. EVs are good if you're going in short distances. I know someone that went and bought an expensive EV to go across the country. Well, they were on their way traveling. They had to go to the dealership and sell it. It was a V8 EV pickup truck with a camper. The fucking truck wouldn't go nowhere without you having to recharge it. Piece of shit. And it wasn't a Tesla truck. EVs are meant for the city. They're not meant to travel the world. But apparently all the Democrats hate Elon Musk now. Yeah. You're on autopilot all the time, I could tell. Get this guy the fuck out of here. Had enough of him for the night already. I'm sure you're an autopilot. Because they're idiots, Jet. They're idiots. They change their fucking mind like people change their underwear. There's no logic involved, brother. No logic involved with them. It's all feelings and stupidity.
Facilities up and running.
Half of them suck dick. The other half wants to cut their wiener off. They're fucking morons. If they ain't doing that, they're dyeing their hair and fucking screaming racism. Most useless people on earth.
And your grandchildren to die. That's not hyperbole. It's precisely what she says.
I would like for you to die of measles, of polio, of all the horrible diseases that living in this country, in this bubble of privilege and ignorance and morbid stupidity, you have the luxury of not having to worry about it because it doesn't really affect you. I hope it affects you. I hope it affects your children and your grandchildren. I hope it cuts your community. That will make life meaningful and extremely happy.
Charming. She wants...
What a fucking moron. You see how these people are? Just like the moron that says, I don't really care. I just want to put my life on autopilot. They only care about themselves. Just like this retard who thinks polio is going to make a fucking comeback.
It's precisely what she says.
I would like for you to die.
I would like for you to die. How sweet of Grandma. I would like for you and your children to be unalived by a disease. Because Trump's in office. You got to be a fucking lunatic. Just like now they hate Elon Musk. They all were sucking Elon Musk's dick. Now they can't stand him. They're fucking nuts. They're a cult. Far left Democrats, far leftists, Marxists, they're a cult. This is a cult, dude. This is going to become a hate group. You watch. Give it some time. They're going to turn into a fucking hate group. Give it a little more time. They're going after Chuck Schumer, too, now. One of their favorite guys. I'm telling you, these people are going to end up being terrorists. I guarantee it. I fucking guarantee it. They're nuts.
Measles, polio, of all the horrible diseases that living in this country, in this
Yeah, Jet, exactly.
privilege and ignorance and morbid stupidity, you have the luxury of not having to worry about it because it doesn't really affect you. I hope it affects you. I hope it affects your children and your grandchildren. I hope it cuts your community. That will make my life meaningful and extremely happy.
charming. She wants your
That will make her life happy. Everyone dying from a disease because Trump's in office. My Social Security ain't going anywhere, honey. Trump's in office. He's the only one saving it. Maybe you should worry about yours. I've worked a lot of my life. I've worked my entire life.
Family to die and your community to be gutted. It'd make her happy, that's what she said. That's from the side that likes to portray itself as tolerant and compassionate. And they also like to portray themselves as intelligent and educated. Let's hear from this young lefty who praises Hamas and claims that Israeli hostages have also praised Hamas, and in particular Hamas's complex organizational skills.
Long live Hamas. Long live, their really complex organizational skills that, even Israeli hostages have talked about their admiration and respect for, based off of what Trump has said about his business endeavors in Gaza. I think that he will definitely try to do so. I definitely think Hamas and the other resistance groups are going to probably kick his ass and kill a bunch of people if they are trying to do anything to Gazans' home.
Now to Joy Behar from The View, the insane asylum masquerading as a TV show. Here she claims that it's the right that are snowflakes, and then she seems to indulge in some democracy denial.
Tell him, Jamie. Jamie, these idiots don't understand. They don't understand. These young people, that none of them hardly work. I don't know any young person in high school with a fucking job. Or junior high. Even into their 20s, most of them don't work. They are going to be so fucked when they get older. So fucked. They have no clue. They can't even wipe their own fucking ass. They think all the money just is going to come out of thin air.
Well, is she really questioning that Donald Trump won the election?
By the way, there's such snowflakes on the right. If you say anything about them, they're going up to the lawyers in 2 seconds. Bannon he's out there saying that Trump won the election. We know he didn't win the election.
Let's check in with alleged comedian Stephen Colbert, who had billionaire Reid Hoffman on his show. This is the guy who has funded lawfare against Donald Trump and has in the past been forced to apologize for spreading disinformation during
Yeah, Jet, and the Democrats are the same way. And that's why they support Democrats. Because they think if it's free, it's for me. This younger generation is going to have to work far harder than we ever had. Or they're going to have nothing. They're just going to have nothing. They don't even know what's coming. They don't even know what's coming. Because they think everything's free. They don't have a fucking clue what's coming. And they're going to learn the fucking hard way. And I'm going to sit back and laugh.
Senate race, and he also had to say sorry for suggesting that the Trump assassination attempt was a false flag. But he's a lot more shy these days. Well, he was on Colbert anyway. Watch here as Stephen Colbert tries to get him to attack Elon Musk. But this is the best Hoffman could do.
Elon. Should we trust what's going on?
Well, I think, let me put it this way. What I want to say is that as Americans, we should be trying to help as much as possible, right? We want government efficiency.
Yes.
But obviously, we could do it in a much less cruel and much more lawful manner.
Yes, cutting government waste and spending on mad green and trans projects is very cruel indeed. But a very timid response there, not like the Reid Hoffman we've known and loathed over the years. Let's hear from Elon Musk now. He was talking about his fellow tech billionaire in a Joe Rogan interview not long ago.
Known Epstein clients, who are obviously extremely powerful, they're powerful politically and wealthy, are Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, and Reid Hoffman. Why was Reid Hoffman so intent on destroying Trump?
Do you think it's because they're worried about the list coming out?
Yeah, one of the reasons.
Fascinating. Time for some local lefties losing it. And let's check with Tasmanian Senator in the Australian Parliament. This woman is a senator in the Australian Parliament. Her name is Jackie Lambie, and she's mad about US tariffs on Australian aluminium and steel. Listen to how she would handle this issue. Talk about delusions of grandeur. It really is quite scary to think this woman is a senator.
Quite frankly, we don't owe the United States anything. You have one or two choices. You can sit here in a corner now and you can do nothing and let them walk all over the top of us, or you can continue to play the nice game, which, by the way, has not done anything to help us. So now it's about time we started hitting them back where it hurts. And these things will hurt. I can tell you, if they do not have access to Pine Gap and the communications there, then they are not gathering any intelligence over this side of the world. This is huge. So just warn them. We will close their intelligence off.
It's huge, folks. It's huge. And Jackie Lambie is no stranger to saying wildly unhinged stuff. Remember this when she called for Elon Musk to be imprisoned for insisting that X be a free speech platform?
Musk has no social conscience or conscience whatsoever. I don't know, whatever Elon Musk is on, it says that that's okay to continue to air that is absolutely disgusting behaviour. And quite frankly, the bloke should be jailed. And the sooner that we can bring rules in or do something about this sort of game playing with our social media, the better off we're going to be. But quite frankly, the power that man has, because of that platform that he's on, it's got to stop.
And let's not forget this meltdown on Sky News last year.
So when it comes to the tech billionaire, like I've already said, I think he's a social media knob with no social conscience. He has absolutely no social conscience. Someone like that should be in jail and the key be thrown away. That guy
crazy cuckoo clock bitch.
To be out there on his own ideology platform and creating hatred.
Who exactly is spreading hate, Jackie? Perhaps look in the mirror.
Right.
Now we've got plenty.
Could you imagine being that bitch? There's a lot of these idiots in Australia that have been talking like that. These stupid assholes that are in charge of the government or part of the government in Australia that act like, oh, well, you know what? Then fuck you, America. We're going to do tariffs and this and that, and you're going to have our back. Australia. How long has the United States kept you safe from fucking... how long has the U.S. kept Australia safe from China? If China ever wanted to, even if the U.S. fucking tried to stop it, they could probably take over Australia. And without the U.S.'s help, that shit is easy work for China. Why would she ever say something like that is besides me? You got to be a complete fucking retard. Like, yeah, China's the closest thing to us. What do we need the U.S. for? Fucking nuts. Fucking Trump derangement syndrome and Elon derangement syndrome is going to get worse. We're only a couple months into Trump's presidency. Well, not if the way that woman talks, Jazdep, I don't see why the U.S. would have her back. The U.S. That's the thing people don't realize. The United States citizens, people like me, and people that watch my channel, and many others that voted for Trump, we don't want to protect every other country anymore. We don't want to do it. We don't want to pay for it. We protect everybody. The United States military protects the entire free world. And you can give me all that ally shit all you want. The United States is bigger than Europe. Even if fucking we weren't part of the UN, our military forces, as far as aviationally and the Navy, will destroy everything.
People got to really start realizing what the U.S. does for the world. Because we're not paying for your shit no more. Everyone comes to the U.S. with their hands out. Money, protection. Money, protection. I need money. I need protection. It's coming to an end. Yeah. Why is the United States got to be the whole monitor of the world? That's where all our money goes. That's where all our money goes. And furthermore, Jazz Deep, I don't like war. I'm against war. The biggest reason I voted for Trump is because under Trump, there was no new war. None. Zero. No new wars under Trump. The world was in a better place as far as hostility the last time Trump was president than it had been in a very long time. And I just hate war. I don't root for any side in war. Like the Palestinian war right now that's going on with Israel, I'm not on either side. The Ukrainian-Russian war, I'm not on either side. I don't pick sides in war. It's all bad. It's all fucking bad. I don't want anyone to die. But you see the Democrats, they fucking all pushing for Palestine. Palestine. And I feel bad for Palestine, but you got to also remember, the Palestinians went and fucking had a terrorist fucking event at a fucking music festival. You think the Israelis are just going to sit back and take it? Innocent people got taken out that didn't deserve it. And the Israelis have shit on the Palestinians, and the Palestinians have shit on the Israelis, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the United States. It has nothing to do with anything to do with what we got going on here. It's fucking ridiculous. We should have never got involved with any of it. Any of it. Any of it. And 9/11, that's a subject I can't even go into. But I don't think 9/11 was some random fucking act. I think that was something thrown together from the powers that be, whoever they are. Yeah, I don't get it, Jet. Especially from Democrats. Especially from Democrats. Let's see some more Trump derangement and Elon derangement recently. It's getting fucking worse by the day. These people have fucking problems. These people are fucking mental. I may not have my teeth in right now. I may be ugly and fat. I may be getting old. I'm not mentally fucking destroyed like these people. These people are fucking nuts.
Well, once upon a time, the great American comedian Bob Hope took it upon himself to try and work out what defines a person's political persuasion. And he had some luck.
You live here? Yes. Well, maybe you know what a zombie is. When a person dies and is buried, seems a certain voodoo priest who will have the power to bring him back to life.
Horrible.
It's worse than horrible because a zombie has no will of his own. You see them sometimes, walking around blindly,
For real,
with dead eyes, following orders, not knowing what they do, not caring. You mean like Democrats?
Huh.
Yes.
Wow, back
like
then?
A Democrat. Spot a zombie and it's probably...
Bob Hope called it all the way back then. Holy shit. Let's play that again.
What defines a person's political persuasion? And he had some luck.
You live here? Yes. Well, maybe you know what a zombie is. When a person dies and is buried, seems a certain voodoo priest who will who have the power to bring him back to life.
Horrible.
It's worse than horrible because a zombie has no will of his own. You see them sometimes, walking around blindly with dead eyes, following orders, not knowing what they do, not caring. You mean like Democrats?
Yes, like a Democrat. Spot a zombie and is probably a Democrat. Inspired by Bob Hope, I have taken it upon myself to pursue his great scientific endeavor and see if there are any other ways of spotting those lefties, those poor individuals who suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, known as TDS. Do they, for instance, have any unique defining characteristics? In order to further my research, I have assembled a random selection of chronically afflicted TDS sufferers.
Any Trump supporters out there? Hello. If you come into my work with some Donald Trump propaganda on, you're getting harassed. You are getting harassed. I'll make the rules. I'll just follow them. Harassed. Harassed. Harassed.
Now,
here's a fun one. I'm calling out all MAGA supporters. All MAGA supporters. Okay? All the MAGA supporters that want to sit there and talk about people who dye their hair.
Okay, guys, quick update. Insider just told me there is a lot of activity getting ready to go down right now.
Oh, yeah?
They're getting people in position as we speak. I had a follower reach out to me regarding the military base that she lives on.
How homely of a bitch can you be? Holy shit. What the fuck is this broad on? She's definitely on something. Look at her eyes. Look at her fucking eyes. These people are all drugged out, are on all kinds of pills from their doctor, and drugged out. These people are fucked in the head. Look at every last one of them. I'm going to rewind it. Look at their eyes. Look at their mannerisms. Look how they behave. These people have issues. Fucking major issues.
Any Trump supporters out there? Hello. If you come into my work with some Donald Trump propaganda on, you're getting harassed. You are getting harassed. I'll make the rules. I'll just follow them. Harassed. Harassed.
I don't make the rules, I just follow them. And that means you get to harass people. Pointing guns with your half-shaved head. Ugh, disgusting cunt. Hopefully no one ever knocks this stupid bitch up. Be a life of fucking horrible existence having a baby with these idiots. Holy shit.
Now, here's a fun one. I'm calling out all MAGA.
Oh yeah, she looks real sane. She's got the cuts in her eyebrow. Fake fucking eyelashes. Buzz cut. Septum ring. It's not being judgmental, man. Listen to him talk. Look at the body language. These people are fucking high. A lot of them. Whether it's off prescription drugs from their doctor or not, I don't know. These people are fucking Lulu. Lulu. Bunch of fucking momos.
Supporters. All MAGA supporters. Okay? All the MAGA supporters that want to sit there and talk about people who dye their hair.
Okay, guys, quick update. Insider just told me.
Yeah. Wait till you see this bitch. Watch this bitch. Tell me she's not on fucking drugs from her doctor. Or something else. Watch her. Watch her mannerisms and watch how she acts and talks. In her eyes, she looks like she's ready to fucking go to sleep. Staring off blankly and shit. I know what a custy looks like, man.
There is a lot of activity getting ready to go down right now. They are getting people in position as we speak. I had a follower reach out to me regarding the military base that she lives on, and she said that there is a lot of activity there.
Like, I should be like cleaning my gun and slinging it on my back and going to war. Like, our democracy is being completely dismantled.
Fucking eat another Xanax, you stupid cunts. I've had it with these people, man. They're fucking lunatics. They give themselves anxiety with their stupidity. You gotta be a fucking moron. Because they don't live in reality.
Nobody's standing up. I mean, we're all standing up. We're all trying to stand up and scream, but like nobody's doing anything. Nobody's walking in there and arresting Elon. Nobody is stopping Donald. The court's not stopping him from doing anything.
If I ever see a MAGA person in a Mexican restaurant, I will literally start a revolution right there. Because you cannot tell me.
What if it's a Mexican or Latin Trump supporter? You're going to throw them out of a restaurant that has something to do with their own culture? You fat twat. Ugh. Another repulsive cunt.
That you voted for people who, whether they are citizens or not, to get deported out of this country to Mexico, and also voted for tariffs against Mexico, where we get a large majority of our produce, especially avocados.
You think that's representative of all American people? No. I mean, Trump didn't even win 50% of the vote. There are more people who voted against him than for him for this election.
Wrong.
Eureka! Did you spot it? I think I may have found the common denominator. This could make me famous. I'm going to call my discovery Dean's TDS diagnostic theory of nose rings and other facial piercings. Under my hypothesis, I hope to prove that the alloys and metals within cheap facial metal piercings leach into the bloodstream of an otherwise normal, healthy individual and thereby affect the frontal lobes known to harbor common sense and rational conservative thinking, creating incurable TDS.
That's a wild hypothesis. Let's see.
But let's go further. Can TDS be catching? Is it transferable? Let's go back to one of our earlier trial subjects.
And I'm reading posts from like the National Park Service and the coalition that they have put together of the thousands of Park Service members that are ready to fight for our beautiful national parks.
Oh yeah, for our fucking nothing.
Well, let's go check out just one of those national park defenders then. Here's one I selected at random.
Middle finger to my haters, are you jealous? You knew I was that I didn't need a man to tell me to.
Now that's very interesting. No nose ring and no facial piercings, yet clearly a case of acute TDS. Is this individual the exception that proves the rule? Or could it be that sexual ambiguity might also be a contributing factor in mild or even extreme TDS? But before I can pursue that line of inquiry, I thought in the interests of empirical scientific observations, I need to first define precisely what we mean by the term woman. So what better place to go to assist my study into women than the Women's March this week on International Women's Day in New York City.
It was women teaching me that there is no definition that anyone can find to the...
They have a fucking dude that cut his willy off, or maybe still has it. So on International Women's Day in the United States, in New York City, we have a tranny telling us about... How do you have a tranny telling us about Women's Day? Give me a fucking break. When will it stop? They got a tranny telling women how they should feel on International Women's Day. Insane.
It was women teaching me that there is no definition that anyone can find to define what is a woman that excludes me, that does not also exclude millions of cisgender women, women born without a uterus, women born with chromosomal incongruities, women with hormone imbalances, women with facial hair. According to the Boston Children's Hospital, 1 in every 5,000 women is born without a vagina.
Oh, shut up. That's ridiculous.
Oh dear. I might have opened up a bit of a can of worms there, or a can of something or other, I'm not quite sure what.
That's not true.
I headed off to try my luck in Ireland instead. Surely they can help me.
I've seen thousands and thousands and thousands of people in my life. We all have. Very few have I've never met a woman born without a vagina. Never. Not fucking once. In 40 years on this planet. Shut the fuck up.
Stand here on International Women's Day. We stand in an Ireland where the most unsafe place for a woman to be is her home. We stand here in an Ireland where we are still sending women abroad for reproductive health care.
Not sure about that. Maybe, of course, a Paris fashion parade on International Women's Day. The home of women's fashion, of Christian Dior and Coco Chanel. That's the place to go to truly understand what is a woman.
Yeah, that's definitely not a woman. Why are these fucking fashion shows and everything in entertainment set up to look so demonic? They're pushing a demonic agenda. How much fucking obvious can it be? Come on, people. They're pushing an agenda to destroy people and everything that's good and fucking normal and right. The way things was, they want to destroy everything the way God made it. This is fucking disgusting. I don't know how anyone can wear, like, I don't understand why people get into these fashion industries. People are into fucking wearing designer clothes. All that shit is demonic, and it's all overpriced garbage. And all they do is promote this trans gay bullshit. It's fucking pathetic. That's the woman they rolled out for the fucking show at the Chanel show on International Women's Day. Give me a fucking break.
Zoot de l'or. Well, it might be safer to hit the streets instead. Let's check out the Women's March in Paris on International Women's Day, La Journée Internationale de la Femme, to discover what is a woman.
What the fuck is that?
Good grief, I'm not sure about you, but I certainly detected a whiff of early stage onset Trump derangement syndrome right there and then. But back to my initial thesis regarding facial piercings and acute TDS. What I need is a control group. Is it possible to have chronic Trump derangement syndrome and not have any facial piercings?
If you voted for Donald Trump, you are not a Christian. You have no right to claim that you love God or you love Jesus or you love Jesus' word. What you love is systems of control.
This broad, or whatever this is, obviously never read a Bible. If you are Christian, you're not supposed to support gay, lesbian, lesbian's gay. If you're a real Christian, you're not supposed to support anything pretty much that goes on in today's world. These people are fucking lunatics. This fucking idiot never read a Bible in their life. Ever.
Have any facial piercings?
If you voted for Donald Trump, you are not a Christian. You have no right to claim that you love God or you love Jesus or you love Jesus' word. What you love is systems of control.
No. If you read the Bible, you stupid bitch, you're not supposed to sleep around. You're not supposed to have sex before marriage. You're not supposed to cut your wiener off or put a wiener on. You're not supposed to sleep with the same sex. You're not supposed to cheat on people. This fucking bitch is an idiot. Idiot. Never read anything to do with Christianity if she has this view. I think it's a she. I think.
Mwah! You see, the exception proves the rule. But more importantly, this is the holy grail of my research. Is it possible to have facial piercings and recover from chronic TDS?
The reason I am so critical of the Democratic Party right now is because I literally just left it, just like a lot of other people. I
Good
was
for
a
you.
bleeding heart liberal like all of you. I mean, blue hair and everything. I mean, believe me, I have plenty of pictures proving that I was all in. If you would have asked me a year ago, I would have said there is no way in hell I will ever vote for Donald Trump.
Oh my goodness, could this be patient ground zero? Could there be a cure for TDS even if you do have a nose ring?
The left has convinced you to be so anti-Trump that they will get you to argue for things that you used to be against. All of this summed up is exactly why you are losing people every single day. As bad as you think that you are making Trump look, all you are doing is making yourself look 10 times worse. And this last election very clearly showed that because Trump increased his numbers across every single demographic.
Well, it looks like my Nobel Prize for scientific research is secure. But finally, I have discovered the precise event or person that actually cured those former Democrats of their TDS. And to be honest, I could only come up with one answer. Word salad, also known as Idioticus candidatus camalus. And even this week, she was out there working her magic all over.
Oh, here we go.
At what point do we also uplift and highlight the consumer's right to also expect, and you can debate with me if it should be a right, I think it should, to expect that the innovation would also be weighted in terms of solving their everyday problems, which are beyond my craving for Doritos.
What the fuck is this idiot talking about? Thank God this isn't your president if you're in the U.S. Listen to this again. This was potentially going to be your president.
TDS. And to be honest,
holy
I could only
shit.
come up with one answer. Words.
Wonder why I fucking smoke and drink.
Idioticus candidatus camalus. And even this week, she was out there working her magic all over again.
At what point do we also uplift and highlight the consumer's right to also expect, and you can debate with me if it should be a right, I think it should, to expect that the innovation would also be weighted in terms of solving their everyday problems, which are beyond my craving for Doritos.
What the fuck was that?
Very deep, very profound. Yes, it's the American Renaissance with our very own Washington correspondent, Natalie Winters, co-host of Steve Bannon's War Room. Natalie, great to see you.
How you doing?
Always. Now, I want to talk to you about this Mahmoud Khalil character. He's this vile individual who was one of the ringleaders of the Columbia University anti-Israel protest last
Funny,
year.
Jet, we were just talking about
Terrifying
that.
Jewish students who, it turns out, this bloke was in America on a green card visa, and the good news is Trump has said he will now be deported. Common sense, of course, but the left are losing their minds. Have a listen to your colleague, Caroline Levitt, talking about this.
Mahmoud Khalil was an individual who was given the privilege of coming to this country to study at one of our nation's finest universities and colleges. And he took advantage of that privilege, siding with terrorists.
So, Natalie, how important is it that Donald Trump sets the standard, starts defunding the universities for their anti-Semitism, starts kicking people out? How important is this for the MAGA revolution?
I mean, it's critical. I think this has become a flashpoint for two reasons. First and foremost, it's nice to have an administration that will actually call out domestic terrorists and I guess wannabe international terrorists when you look at what this guy said about October 7th for what they are, instead of coddling and granting them green cards and inviting them into our most prestigious universities so they can take whatever they might be learning there. I don't really know what they're learning there nowadays and use it and weaponize it against the United States of America. But I also think more broadly, it's the idea that we don't need to be importing massive amounts of people who, to their core, hate the United States, hate their allies. And you know what? When you make it quite clear that you do not like the United States of America, we don't need to continue to allow you to be here, right? We can use the power of the government, the power of ICE. People like Tom Homan can really shepherd resources and rightfully deport.
It's funny, right? Talk about privilege. How much more privilege can you get? You're allowed to go to school for free in America as a graduate student from the Middle East, and then you're going to spew hate about America, how it's fucking racist and how you have it so bad. Could you imagine this person got to go to school free over regular Americans, gets a green card to go to fucking one of the finest institutions in our country, allegedly, which they aren't anymore. It's just a brainwashing for liberal terrorists. This motherfucker gets to go to a fucking top school in the country for free. He's from the Middle East, and he's trying to cause a revolt in New York City and supporting fucking terrorists. Talk about fucking deranged. Talk about someone that had everything handed to him. Holy shit. You had a top education handed to you for free. You got a green card to come here, and you're going to trash America when the only reason you're anything is because you were allowed to come here for free? Fuck you. Hop on your carpet and go the fuck back. I don't care if you think I'm racist or not. You can suck my dick. Get these people the fuck out of here. Anyone who don't like America needs to hit the fucking road at this point, in my opinion. Go somewhere else, see how fucking good you got it here. These people have never traveled the world, or they're so fucking privileged, they have no clue what it's really like.
People like this character, as you called him. I could think of some other words, but I think the Trump administration is delivering on putting the American people first. I mean, this is a national security threat, full stop.
Natalie, been much alarm and gnashing of teeth and wailing over here because of the tariffs on our steel and aluminum. But Trump has a clear agenda here, and what I see is that what we've actually done with our net zero commitments and so on, our subsidies, is far worse than any amount of US tariffs. But what do you see as the Trump agenda with tariffs? Explain to Australians what's going on.
Sure, I've had the privilege of working very closely with Peter Navarro. He has appeared on War Room countless times. I know him quite well. He's one of President Trump's top trade and economic advisors. And his whole approach to really all things economic and fiscal policy, he's obviously a staunch advocate of these tariffs, but is about tackling and taking on the Chinese Communist Party, particularly their lust, their quest to replace the United States as the global hegemon, right? They're not content with a bipolar world order. They want a unipolar world order whereby they dominate the United States and by extension, every other country, yours included. And the way that they've done that is by making the United States essentially feeble and reliant on them for all of our manufacturing capabilities, whether it's automobiles, prescription drugs, you name it, basically.
And you can thank Bill Clinton for that shit. All that shit happened under Bill Clinton. All of it. Look into China and Bill Clinton. Your fucking head will spin. Bill Clinton is the reason China has become as powerful as they have. Look into it. The last 4 years also contributed majorly. Why do you think you got the leaders of communist China going to California for a meeting? You think that's just a coincidence? They're talking Turkey. They're talking money with corrupt Democrats. They're not talking peace deals. You guys got to pay attention to what's going on, man. I've been talking about it for almost a year. Some of you guys listen, some of you don't. This Democratic Party is in bed with China so fucking deep, your head would spin. As well as Ukraine.
every industry in the United States of America has been outsourced to China, and more precisely the Chinese Communist Party. So in turn, they can weaponize these supply chains against us. So that is really what is the driving force. In part, of course, it's fiscal and it's economic policy, but it's really more rooted in national security, and I think serving as sort of a buttress or a bulwark against the Chinese Communist Party's continued economic predation against the United States of America. And in the same way that Australians should fight to put Australia first, even the Chinese people should fight to put China first. So I don't think they would argue that that's necessarily the Chinese Communist Party. A lot of these trade deals that America has pursued for decades have really only left our ruling class, our elites, enriched, really at the expense of the American working class. And these tariffs, I think why you're hearing such consternation about them is because it's the same people who lied to us for 4 years telling us that Joe Biden's economy was so great. Well, now it's that same, globalist kind of sect within the media that's now melting down over these tariffs because, newsflash, President Trump is weaponizing the American economy on behalf of the American people and against this sort of globalist Chinese Communist Party type authoritarian world order, which I think really rests on decoupling America from really its former destiny, which is being a manufacturing powerhouse. And I think not just for the United States, but for Australia too, a world in which China is dominating us economically is not something that benefits anyone.
No.
Natalie Winters, let me just say that is the best explanation I've heard from anyone. We've had acres of newsprint here in Australia. You won't read any commentary as insightful as what you've just given us. Thank you so much. That's why we've got you there in the White House, Natalie. Fantastic. Now let's talk about...
Hell no, Jet. Hell fucking no. Nope. Normally I would think about it, but no, I'm not doing a woman's bracket. Please like, share, subscribe to Nate's Live Talk. I want to stop for 1 minute. We cover sports on this channel as well. We are doing an NCAA tournament free giveaway. If you come up with the best bracket, you will win a free prize. I'm going to put in the chat in 1 second the link to join our March Madness bracket challenge. The person with the most wins, I will send a mystery box of prizes worth a couple $100 to your house. But you got to enter through that link I just posted. If it doesn't work that way, go to Nate's Live Talk, look under community, and you can enter that way. I'm looking forward to it. We got some people entering, it looks like. Should be a good time. So all you got to do is click on that link I sent or go to my community page in YouTube, and you should be able to enter into our NCAA bracket challenge. It's all through ESPN. It don't cost you $1. It's not some fake page. It's all legit. I'm going to email a few people in a little bit the link that have asked. If you would like for me to email you the link to join our challenge, put your email in the chat. I will write it down and send you the link directly. But yeah, the shit just continues to slide downhill politically. And there's some judges that are trying to battle against Tom Homan and Donald Trump. You might see some judges get thrown in jail very soon. What up, Joe Waters? Hey, Joe, if you want to enter the NCAA tournament giveaway, the link is right above you. Or you can email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com, and I will send you the link to enter for a chance at a couple $100 prize. Let's see what Tommy Holman got to say. Actually, I want to look at something else first. I have a video from Charlie Kirk. I love Charlie Kirk. This is a video where a liberal claims people that support Trump are a cult, but she nearly passes out, learning it might be the other way. This bitch almost hits the floor. Wait till you see this.
My state.
I love seeing young libtards get fucking exposed. Oh, I love it. I love it. It makes my fucking day. Well, just give it a fucking try, man. What do you got to lose? It's free. What do you want for free? This gets good. Let's watch this stupid little cunt get owned. Probably goes to college for free or daddy's rich, one or the other.
Statement/question is, would you agree/disagree that the Make America movement, Make America Great movement, again, MAGA movement.
Yeah, I saw that, Jet.
No. Why don't you explain to me and the audience what is a cult?
Of course. Okay. Do you know any characteristics of a cult?
Sure. I mean, you could take the Jonestown death cult, of which there was a charismatic leader that constantly lied people, and they took them out of everyday normal life and leads them towards ostracization and cutting off of family ties. Am I getting closer to describing the Democrat Party?
According to the no.
Yeah, right.
No, what I'm talking about is MAGA.
Sounds a lot like the Democrats, right? Don't go to Thanksgiving, don't go to Christmas because your family voted for Trump. Listen to this again. Listen, I want to start this quickly. I'm sorry, but this is important. If someone out there sees this that might be on the fence.
Would you agree/disagree that the Make America movement, Make America Great movement, again, MAGA movement, is a cult?
No. Why don't you explain to me and the audience what is a cult?
Of course. Okay. Do you know any characteristics of a cult?
Sure. I mean, you could take the Jonestown death cult, of which there was a charismatic leader that constantly lied people, and they took them out of everyday normal life and leads them towards ostracization and cutting off of family ties. Am I getting closer to describing the Democrat Party?
According to the no, what I'm talking about is MAGA. According to the Bethune Cook University website, characteristics of a cult include isolating members and criticizing them for leaving. Would you say that members of the MAGA movement will criticize?
I love when people try this shit because I dealt with this all election long. People try to read the shit they read off of like websites. People try to tell me the shit they see on news channels that's bullshit. Like, because they think because it comes from a university, like it's law. I love watching people like this get exposed because she thinks she did her research. She thinks she did her research, but her research, the research she did is bullshit because she's fucking brainwashed.
According to the Bethune Cook University website, characteristics of a cult include isolating members and criticizing them for leaving. Would you say that members of the MAGA movement will criticize others for leaving?
Well, yeah. I mean, but you guys criticize players that transfer out of the University of Tennessee football team. That's not a cult.
Yeah. True.
Okay, what about the absolute authoritarianism without meaningful accountability?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is that, like, what the leader says, the leader gets, basically?
Yes, Trump.
We have lots of disagreements in the MAGA movement. In fact, I'm more pro-life than the president is. In fact, a lot of people in this audience would have differing views maybe on where the president is at on Israel or Gaza or Ukraine or Russia. In fact, some people in this audience might say the president is not as pro-Second Amendment as they would like. I would argue that we actually have far more intellectual diversity in the MAGA movement than your traditional Democrat Party.
I see where you were going with this and stating that not every person who, I guess, supports Trump is fully supportive of him, but I'm saying the MAGA movement who will agree with him no matter what.
No, you're not. You're saying everyone.
I actually think that there's more depth and complexity to the MAGA movement than you would imagine. A lot of people here who would consider themselves to be part of the MAGA movement, they won't blindly sign on to everything that Trump does. However, they will say that they agree with him 8 out of 10 times or 9 out of 10 times. And so I would say, though, you know what was a cult?
Keep scrolling.
What was a cult is what we lived during COVID. During COVID, and allow me to build out the argument that no matter what the CDC or Anthony Fauci would say, you would have the little talking heads on television parrot it back, no matter how insane it was. We must close the schools, 6 feet to slow the spread, wear a mask while showering. Okay, I made that one up. But, I mean, the point being is that far more had characterizations of what a cult would be than the traditional.
Yeah, you seen that, Jet? The bitch can't stop scrolling. She's going to try and do it on the fly. Because she knows she's full of shit. They don't retain any information. She's got to have the phone right up there with her and she's trying to scroll, finding shit. Give me a fucking break. Charlie Kirk does his research. He has a channel devoted to it. He runs Turning Point USA, honey. These people are fucking hilarious. It's just like what I deal with. And Charlie Kirk's much more intelligent than me. Much more famous, rich, knows everything. He's fucking studied so much and he's ultra intelligent. But when I used to debate people during the election, that's why I don't debate people anymore. Because half the research they do it's not research. It's just all they do is tell you what the news told them. What CNN, ABC, NBC say, MSNBC, whatever they say, they just regurgitate it.
Make America Great Again movement.
Okay, but you could also argue the side that Fox News does the exact same thing where they just regurgitate everything.
Oh, she stole the words right from me. See?
I guess the right Fox News.
See?
Okay, but you could also argue the side that Fox News does the exact same thing where they just regurgitate everything that the right media is saying, and people on the right will believe anything Fox News says. And I'm not defending CNN. I'm not saying the Democratic Party is perfect. I'm just saying that there is a movement of conservative people who support Trump who will do it no matter what.
Yeah, so I'm trying to get to where you have come to this opinion. I'm trying to understand it because I see something completely different.
I do not use CNN as my news source, by the way, just so you know.
Sure you do.
Good for you.
As you roll your eyes.
You haven't been in an airport recently because the only people that watch CNN is if you're walking through an airport. So I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and by your own definition of a cult.
It's not my own. It's a legitimate.
Fine. So let me ask you a question. A cult would probably convince people to do something that would be against their humanity. Would you agree?
Yes.
A cult would probably get people to do something that they know is wrong, even though they think they should do something is right.
Maybe, because some of these people are brainwashed into believing certain things that they don't actually agree with because they don't have the proper information.
Got it. So, for example, would you agree that when the Democrats sat during the State of the Union address to not applaud a kid with brain cancer, that is cult-like behavior?
Yeah. Here we go.
Because
when the wall comes tumbling down, when the wall keeps tumbling, here comes her demise.
Their leader told them not to do it. I mean,
well, who told them not to?
Exactly. I mean, their leadership told them.
So who's their leader?
Well, Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries, they had strict orders: do not stand and applaud for anything Trump does. They told us this.
Yes.
And so then Trump says, hey, can we just have a moment of non-political? Here's DJ Daniel. He's dying of brain cancer. He's now a ceremonial member of the Secret Service. And every Democrat sat with their arms crossed, not even being able to show the humanity. I mean, that's a cult.
Okay.
And her fucking little ass would have been sitting down doing the same thing. She thinks she's hot shit. I can't wait to see. I bet if you look this chick up when she's 40, she's 700 pounds. Fucking loser.
To respond to that, that is simply one example, and I'm sure you can pull a bunch other out. But, and I'm not saying that.
With the stock market at record highs, are you prepared for the next downturn?
Yeah, yet she talks about being brainwashed. Exactly. Oh, it's going to get better. Here we go.
What the Democratic Party did that night was correct. I believe that what they were doing was standing against Trump's hypocrisy and his narcissism his way of like making himself look good by grabbing.
Look at Charlie Kirk. Look how fucking annoyed he is. She literally said they're talking about Trump's narcissism. They sat because of Trump's narcissism. No, they sat because of their own narcissism. That's why they couldn't clap for a little boy with brain cancer, you stupid bitch. And that's why you can't battle with these people, because these people go to college. Everything they look up comes from a college that is full of Marxism. They go to a college that's full of Marxism. And then the college prints all these reports that are a load of shit. And because they come from an educational institute, it's fucking automatically supposed to be the right thing when it's not.
Not grabbing, but like using other people who are marginalized to make himself look good.
So here's my suggestion, and take it for whatever it's worth. Calling the opposition political movement a cult when the other one that you happen to be more allied with is obviously much more of a cult is not helpful.
Okay, then tell me how it's a cult. Tell me how the Democratic Party is a cult
this?
compared to MAGA.
I'll give you another. You asked me for more examples.
Yes.
The day of the State of the Union address, all 22 Democrat senators repeated the very same video on social media, mindlessly like robots.
Yep, we played that.
The video where they said, something is effing out of control and this is not right. You guys all saw that video.
Yep.
Repeating the same incantation with not even like an iota of creativity or ingenuity, like just repeating it like as if they've been hypnotized into a...
Look at her smile. She loves it. She don't give a fuck. She's eating it up. She's eating it up. She knows she looks like an idiot, but she's going to smile because she's getting off on it. I played that video on a podcast last week. 22 different senators from the Democratic Party posted the same exact message, word for word, on Instagram and on TikTok. Before and after the state of address from Trump. Word for word. Nothing organic from any of these people. AOC, Elizabeth Warren, Chuck Schumer, all the same fucking people. The usual suspects.
Got it.
I have not seen that video.
Yeah, of course you haven't.
But again, I'm not even the one that is up here throwing around the cult word towards the Democrat Party.
I haven't seen that video. You support the Democratic Party and you didn't see that video? I think she's full of shit by her body language. Number two, how much do you know what's going on if you don't know what your own party's saying? How fucking informed are you, you stupid little bitch? If you don't even know what 22 of the party you support said. How fucking well informed are you about the party you support if you don't even know what they said? How could you support something where you don't even know their stand? And you act like you're fucking knowledgeable and you're trying to debate with fucking Charlie Kirk. Give me a fucking break. These people think because they go to college, they're smarter than everyone. That's the Democrats' new thing. And that's how they're going to rob young people out of more money. If you don't go to college, you're a moron. That's what they did the whole election, and they continue to do. You're not college educated. Oh, yeah, they're uneducated. Being intelligent has nothing to do with going to college. That's a huge fallacy.
I just think it's a supremely rich accusation to say the MAGA movement is part of a cult, when evidently, based on the own standard that you put forward, the Democrat Party embodies those characteristics far more than Republicans or conservatives ever have or ever will.
So one of the main aspects of a cult is a leader, a charismatic leader that people will follow blindly no matter what. The leader of the MAGA movement is Trump. Who are you stating the leader of the Democratic Party is that people will follow blindly without questioning no matter what?
Well, I mean, there's...
And I'm hearing tons of different examples, so that can just tell you there's not one.
Okay, again, so it could be Obama, it could be Rachel Maddow. I mean, the point being is that I don't even think it's the strongest argument to call either party a cult. That's not why I'm up here. I'm simply just playing the same frequency that you're coming at, that based on the definition.
Once you're involved in something.
Oh, she's going to get owned. Here we go.
The Democrat Party is far more mindless and far more of a Borg, to use a Star Trek analogy, than the Republican Party or the conservative movement. And so, but here's something I do want to ask, though. If you...
Not to mention, before we get to Charlie Kirk's question, the Democratic Party's in shambles. They don't have a leader. They're a cult without a leader. They're a fucking cult that's pro-gay, pro-trans, pro-DEI, pro-taxpayers paying for everyone's college. They're a communist, Marxist, revolutionary cult. Far more culty. Far more culty.
Or the conservative movement. And so, but here's something I do want to ask, though. If you are positing that it is a cult, do you think this entire audience is part of a cult and they don't realize it?
I think that my statement was the Make America Great Again movement is a cult. I'm not saying the conservative party is. I'm saying the far-right MAGA movement is a cult. I will say that I believe in my heart that there are certain people in this group who could be characterized as someone who is in a cult.
Okay. I mean, I think that's insane. And I'm not here to give Democrats advice, but it's so destructive to our politics to call people that just won a national electoral landslide and the national popular vote as part of a cult.
Yeah.
Maybe instead it should be, maybe they have better ideas than we do.
Maybe they just... Maybe they had billions of dollars to put into their campaign funding that got them.
Holy shit. Kamala Harris spent billions of dollars and still owes people money, you stupid bitch. She's getting laughed out of her own college campus. So everyone else is part of a cult except her. The entire world, or the majority of people are part of a cult. That's what she's saying. Majority of America is part of a cult. That's what she's saying. This bitch is an idiot. Idiot. Wait, she almost pukes during this. She looks so bad.
Could be, maybe they have better ideas than we do.
Maybe they just... Maybe they had billions of dollars to put into their campaign funding that got them the awareness.
Hold on.
Wow.
I mean, you seem well-intentioned. So who spent more money in this election, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? It's not even close. It's
not.
3-to-1 more money was spent by Kamala and her affiliated super PACs than Donald Trump.
Do you have the numbers?
Yeah, you can go to opensecrets.org. You can look at all the outside groups, the hard money that Kamala raised, the super PACs that they raised. Democrats, by the way, do you know that 8 out of 10 of the wealthiest counties in America vote Democrat? Do you know the wealthier you are in America, the more likely you are to be a member of the Democrat Party? That the more, if you work with your hands and you don't graduate from college, that you're less likely to be a Democrat. Now, one of your, fellow cult members just screamed at me from the audience saying, well, that's because, they're so educated. Do never conflate everybody, credentials with an education. Just because you have a lot of degrees does not mean you have the most important thing, wisdom. Wisdom is different than a credential. Now, I can tell that you're coming at this from a good perspective. So my last homework assignment for you is this. I want you to go find 5 people with a MAGA hat once this event is over and talk to them. And then I want you to say what you said to me. I want you to first accuse them of being in a cult, because if you can say it to me, you can say it to them.
Sure.
And then I want you to have a good faith conversation, because we are not going to bring this country together, of which is actually our goal here as part of the MAGA movement, which is why we have an open mic. If you go around accusing people as if we're following Charlie Manson.
You just did the same thing to me.
Well, in all fairness, I said, I am getting along with my wife better than I ever have. All you have to do is agree to something that you would never do. Farmers market? Oh boy, would I! If this is the standard of our dialogue right now, the Democrat Party is far more of a cult than the Republican Party. That is not a contention that I throw around lightly, but it is, you satisfy the requirements way more than the MAGA movement does.
You haven't asked me enough questions to know that.
Well, that has nothing to do with what I've said.
Yes, it does.
I mean,
you haven't asked me if I would blindly follow some leader of the Democratic Party, which is no, I would only follow if I do the in-depth research of an unbiased source to get my information, and then I base my opinion off of that.
Fair enough. Can you give me an example of an unbiased source?
I mean, like Mayo Clinic or just like any EDU source of college information.
I'll end this. If that's your idea of a biased source.
Off the top of my head.
I would encourage you to dig deeper and be more of a free thinker.
And I will, and I am a free thinker. And I grew up in a conservative household. And once I left my parents and their beliefs, and I moved to college in a very conservative state, I actually become more progressive.
Okay, and so how is your relationship with your parents?
I mean, it's fine. We don't agree on most things, but...
Wait, so they didn't kick you out for having a different opinion? They're terrible cult members. Wait, they still love you for who you are, and do they pay your tuition?
Nope.
Okay,
I pay my own tuition. I pay everything on my own.
Well, good. Then they're even better parents. They make you pay for your own stuff. The point, so you can't even point to your own family as being part of a cult. They still love you. They still talk to you.
I would go as far to say, and if they're watching this, I do believe that my parents are in a cult. But
do you understand how damaging that is? To go around to say the people who raised you and nurtured you and brought you into the world, that you're a cult because some professor told me the definition of a cult in an anthropology course.
Nope. You're wrong.
All right. Thank you.
It was nice to talk to you, though.
Thank you for your time.
Out here, every cast is a chance, and every catch a memory. If that sounds like where you want to be, then check out Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's Spring Classic Fishing Sale for our biggest fishing and boating sale of the year. Make memories on the water with unbeatable savings on America's favorite boat brands, plus a free gift card on select models. Trade in your old rods and reels and save even more on new ones, plus special financing for club members. Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's, voted America's best outdoor retailer.
True vision starts at the top. Opportunity is wide open in the GMC Hummer EV.
Can't make this shit up. Yeah, you can't make this shit up, brother.
Can't do it. Let's see if I get this phone to charge quickly. We are doing a giveaway. Where was I? We are doing an ESPN tournament challenge. I'm going to send the link to it in the chat right now. Whoever has the most wins that wants to enter our tournament, that is entered into our tournament, I will send a free mystery box worth a couple $100 to. Click on that link in the chat if you're into college hoops. Even if you're not, you might win. You never fucking know. I'll be putting it back out there tomorrow for people that didn't get it. But it looks like people are starting to figure it out a little bit. I got a few people I got to send invites to. But we are doing an NCAA giveaway. Person with the most right answers, person who wins the most games will win a prize. I will send it right to your door. I'm not fucking around. I already got the shit. I want to surprise people. Subscribe to the channel. Click on that link next to Nate's Live Talk in the chat. Sign up for our bracket giveaway. But I wonder, what do you guys think the next 3 or 4 years hold? Do you think we're going to get back to normal? Or do you think we're fucked no matter what? Yeah, Matt, they're trying to make it where you can't own a home, man. People don't get it. People just don't get it. Look at the price of homes when Trump was in office. Look at the price of homes under Biden. Look at everything under Democrats. It got fucking worse, man. That's why I laugh. I find it hilarious. And it just goes to show how little people understand the economy and how the world works. Democrats screaming at Trump now for the way everything is expensive. Where the fuck were you over the last 4 years? Can someone answer that? We didn't hear Democrats complain about how expensive everything was until Trump got in office. And then they blamed Trump for it. During the Biden administration, they blamed Trump for it. How? Nothing was that expensive under Trump. Even during the pandemic, shit wasn't expensive like it is now. I seen eggs for sale the other day, $7.50 for a dozen. Supposedly there's a bird flu. Allegedly. Yeah, that's why, Mark, that's why I didn't buy a house. You got to be a fucking fool. I put a ton of money into this house, was ready to buy it. And then my parents got fucking retarded. This house is going up for sale. Probably pretty soon. There's no point in it. There's no point in owning a home. You're better off going down south, buying a fucking trailer or a Winnebago and call it a fucking day. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I plan on doing. Or I'll go down. I'm going to go somewhere where cost of living's cheaper eventually. God willing. And I'll live out of a big old van or I'll buy a fucking trailer. Why would you own a home anymore? And I get it. You have a family. I don't have a family anymore, but even still, I would go get a fucking trailer. And you know what, Mark? Even though you sold if you sold your house right now, yeah, it's worth $140,000, but it's more, but it's not. Because the money ain't worth shit. You know what I mean? It looks like your house is worth $140,000 more, but it's not. Because what you paid for it when you got it, the money was probably worth more than what you paid for it. It's probably the same fucking thing. Only, like, you know what I mean? You didn't make money. At least as of right now. You didn't make no money. The cost of everything's going through the fucking roof. So even though it's worth $140,000 more, it's truly not. Because the dollar is not worth what it used to be. Because they gave all that money to the illegal immigrants. All that money to Ukraine. All that money to Israel. All that money to Indo-Pacific China. All that money to sanctuary cities. So, even though it says you think it's worth $140,000 more, it's not. And I know you know that. It's not. That's why down the road, if I'm still alive, I'm fucking out of here. Out of here. I try to talk my mother into it all the time. Sell this fucking place and go live somewhere where your money can make you some money. Take the money you fucking made off the house, put it in the stock market, and retire. Call it a fucking day. Call it a day. It's not worth it no more. And I think that's kind of what they want. It's fucked up to say, but I think that's like what... I hate to sound like a fucking conspiracy theorist, but I think they want everyone to live in like the projects. I think like that's what the Democrats want. Or I don't know if there's a new world order or what. But I think the powers that be, like the European Union, shit like that, Democrats, they don't want you to own your own land and have your own fucking farm or your own garden. They want to set it up like some communist shit and paint it a different way. That's what they want to do. Just like you read the book 1984. That shit's coming. It's coming unless we can delay it or stop it. That's why I voted for Trump. Yeah. But also, Mark, and it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But people selling their homes and making profit constantly is what's killing people. It's like the game is rigged. Yeah, you'll own nothing and you'll like it. The game's rigged. Right? They got you to sell a house thinking you're making money. It's fucking diabolical. You can't win. They're going to get their cut. They're going to get their cut no matter what. That's why I liked RFK. Because RFK was trying to fucking make it so you could buy a house cheap again. There was some people in
in my area, not in my area, but in my state, they were trying to make affordable housing for families, working families, not for welfare families, for working families. The city that they were going to do it in put in eminent domain to fight it. And now they're going to get a brand new police station and fire department instead of working class homes that people could afford. And the fucking state and the state let them get away with it, and the city. City stole the land so they couldn't make affordable homes for working families. And I live in the most liberal place on fucking earth besides California. They're so full of shit. So full of shit. I'm going to try and find it quickly. You can't you can't buy shit where I live, Mark. You can't. You couldn't touch anything. The house I live in right now is worth over fucking $500,000. And if you looked at it, you'd be like, $500,000? How? It's probably worth more than that. It's probably worth almost 600 right now with the addition I put on. And you look at the yard, it's nice and shit. But there's houses that are fucking half the size of mine going for $500,000. It's fucking nuts. It's not right. And there, you know what's going to happen is, the thing that happens is eventually whoever buys it is going to fucking lose it. They're going to lose that house, whoever they give the fucking mortgage to eventually, unless they're loaded. It's fucking crazy. And then all you hear fucking Democrats say is, oh, we need more affordable housing. We need more affordable housing. We need more affordable housing. And then the Democrat leaders of a fucking city go, nope, we need a new fire department and police department. We're taking the land. And then they say the reason they're doing it is to keep people safe. What are keeping people safe from? It's not the projects. It's for fucking working families. This mayor should be fucking thrown in jail for what he did. This is fucked up. This is fucked up. And I'm going to try and find a long video for you. But this happened very close to me. I can get to this place in about 25 minutes. Fucked up. Pisses me off. Because it's everything in my state is all Democratic leadership. This one pisses me the fuck off to no end.
I thought diabetics couldn't eat donuts. A family that wants...
And the family that owns the land wanted to do this development, and they're going to steal the fucking land off them. Steal the land off them instead of letting the family make some money and fucking help people. This is sick. This is sicko shit. This is what they fucking do. This is the shit they do.
To turn their property into affordable housing is now suing the town of Johnston for trying to stop the project. I'm Shannon Heggie.
I'm Mike Montecalvo. We've been tracking this story for weeks. In late January, the town council approved the mayor's plan to take the property by eminent domain and turn it into a new public safety complex. Kate Wilkinson tells us about the new legal battle.
The mayor says he plans to file for eminent domain tomorrow, but the attorneys representing the family that owns the property are calling this an abuse of power. The fight over this property is now heading to court. Mayor Joseph Policina says the town has secured everything it needs to take this property by eminent domain.
We have to go with the check of our appraisal. The appraisal came back at $775,000 for all.
This property was going to house over 200 families. This property was supposed to house over 200 families. And this town comes back saying that the property is only worth $775,000. Are you fucking kidding me? And when the town acquires that property, it'll go up by $5 million. This guy is a piece of dog shit. Democrat, scumbucket, and his family's been in politics forever in the state as well. Slime buckets.
The fight over this property is now heading to court. Mayor Joseph Policina says the town has secured everything it needs to take this property by eminent domain.
We have to go with the check of our appraisal. The appraisal came back at $775,000 for all 30 plus acres.
Policina wants to turn the property into a public safety complex and town hall to replace the town's aging buildings. But the move comes amidst backlash against a proposed 250-unit affordable apartment complex. Policina says affordable housing projects are being built in Johnston, but the focus needs to be on single-family homes.
Clearly, the mayor wants to take our client's property because he doesn't want a large affordable housing.
Kelly Moore Salvatore and Stacy Thompson are the attorneys representing the Santoro family, the developers that own the property. The family has now filed a lawsuit in federal court against the town of Johnston.
This is just a sham, pretextual taking to stop a project that is desperately needed, not only in Johnston, but the entire state of Rhode Island.
The Policina says he's putting the people of Johnston over the property owners.
They're not my priority. I don't think about them. Who I think about is the 30,000 people that live in Johnston.
So the people that you're going to rob the property of, you don't care about. He said it outright right there. And he doesn't care about people in Johnston or the businesses having affordable housing or growing their city. Listen to this asshole. Democrat. He's supposed to have everyone's back. Fucking scumbag. They're the worst, dude. They're like the old Republicans. I'm telling you, these people are fucking scum. I can't wait to get the fuck out of here. As beautiful as my state is, I've had it.
The developers that own the property. The family has now filed a lawsuit in federal court against the town of Johnston.
This is just a sham, pretextual taking to stop a project that is desperately needed, not only in Johnston, but the entire state of Rhode Island.
The Policina says he's putting the people of Johnston over the property owners.
They're not my priority. I don't think about them. Who I think about is the 30,000 people that live in Johnston.
No formal court dates have been set for the federal lawsuit. Policina says the town plans to file for eminent domain tomorrow at Providence Superior Court. Live in the studio, Kate Wilkinson, 12 News.
Disgusting. He's going to get away with it. I think they got to take him to federal court now. He got away with it. That piece of shit got away with it. Because you got to understand, especially at least up here in the Northeast, these people are all in bed with each other. These people with money are in bed with the politicians. And if you ain't in bed with them, or you ain't going to kick them some dough, they'll just steal it off you. They're fucking thugs. They're elected thugs. It's fucking nuts. Fucking disgusting, man. Disgusting. That dude just stole all that land that people could use to live in. To what? Fucking disgusting, dude. And that's a Democrat. That's a Democrat. It's not a Republican doing it. That's a Democrat. Real fucking nice. Fucking disgusting, man. These people are the scum of the slum. I keep telling you. It don't get no scummier than a Democrat up in the Northeast. They look at Elizabeth Warren. Look at all of them. The worst of them, they all come from Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York, Connecticut. It's fucking gross. Fucking makes me sick. Fucking nuts. Oh, I'm coming eventually. Yeah, Bernie Sanders is from up there. That's why I said New Hampshire. Clean your ears, Tiger. I'm kidding. I didn't leave him out. Bernie Sanders is worth like $30 million, $40 million. Bernie Sanders is paid. Bernie Sanders is just as bad as all of them. Elizabeth Warren, same fucking thing. They're fucking gross. Gross. The bitch is an idiot. Complete fucking idiot. She's got her own YouTube. 34,000 subscribers.
I'm Elizabeth Warren, and I approve this message because I'm proud of what we've done. I helped $20 billion since roads, bridges, and transit, paid for in part by my tax and giant corporations. We lowered drug costs. We canceled.
She's such a fraud. Ugh, I can't stand any of them. Fucking gross. Gross. Yeah, you know it, Mark. They all turned on him, too. Now they're all turning on Chucky Schumer. You bet your ass, Jet. Of course that's why. That's exactly why. That's why they're all running and fucking afraid and turning on each other. That's why Chuck Schumer wants to play ball now. Chuck Schumer is getting gutted by his own fucking party. I'm going to see if I can find the videos. I saved a bunch of videos, but they didn't save miraculously. That happens to me a lot on YouTube. I don't know why. Probably because they know I expose shit. But Chuck Schumer has been ripped apart by the Democrats. Democrats are mad at Chuck Schumer. Because he said he would work with Trump. It's the only why. It's the only reason why. Of course that's why, Mark. But they want Chuck Schumer bad now. Bad. AOC's calling for him to step down and shit. Oh, it's going to get ugly. They're going to eat each other. They're going to eat their own kind. They're going to eat their own kind. It's going to get good. I don't know why anyone would listen to fucking AOC. Yeah, he's in my state, Mark. Sheldon Whitehouse is the devil. I've tried to fight against Sheldon Whitehouse for fucking 5 years, 10 years. People in this state, for some reason, suck his dick. I cannot understand it. He's the fucking devil. And the other idiot in the wheelchair from Rhode Island is just as bad. Jim Langevin, a fucking loser. The only reason people vote for him is because he's in a wheelchair. Straight up. But these people are fucking morons. Look at what they support. But Chuck Schumer wants to work with Trump, and now he's the fucking devil. He was Speaker of the fucking House, I thought. Under Biden.
Minority Leader Chuck
one
Schumer is feeling the heat from members of his own party.
Here's Schumer on the Senate floor yesterday.
While the CR bill is very bad, the potential for a shutdown has consequences for America that are much, much worse. For sure, the Republican bill is a terrible option, but I believe allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option.
Some Democrats weren't happy with Schumer conceding to Republican CR bill. Here's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
I think there is a deep sense of outrage and betrayal. This is not just about across the board, the entire. There are Congress who have won Trump-held districts in some of the most difficult territory in the United States, who walked the plank and took innumerable risks in order to defend the American people, in order to defend Social Security, Medicaid, and Medicare, just to see Senate Democrats even consider.
I find it completely hilarious and disgusting at the same time that these assholes, look at how crazy her eyes are. That bitch definitely takes a couple pills a day for mental illness, guaranteed. I find it hilarious. They spend money like it's going out of style. They throw American taxpayers' dollars down the fucking drain constantly at a record-setting pace. And then they got the balls to say Trump's going to destroy it, Social Security. Your party has destroyed the entire economy, have stolen taxpayer dollars for fucking years, and you have the balls to point the finger at Trump? Fuck you. If I ever run into these people, I'm going to tell them to go have sex with themselves. I really hope I run into all these people one day. I would never hurt anyone or myself, but I really want to tell them to go fuck themselves at least. Disgusting. And they hide behind these doors. I was thinking about going to Congress one day. You're allowed to go into Congress and walk around and, try to meet with certain people. I've been thinking about knocking on some fucking doors or leaving a post-it here and there. Seriously. Because it's fucking ridiculous. This shit really got to get exposed once and for all.
Acquiescing to Elon Musk, I think it is a huge slap in the face, and I think that there's a wide sense of betrayal.
This bitch hasn't been to Congress up until 3 days ago for months. This bitch hasn't been to Congress pretty much since Trump won the election. There was a video right after the address to the nation by Trump. She had to have 3,000 post-it notes on her door. That's how you get in touch with AOC when she's not in the Capitol. She has post-it notes outside her door on like a table for people to leave her messages. What a fucking joke. Go back to slinging drinks, you whore.
proceed as currently planned. If people think this is a left issue or a right issue, it's not. It's genuinely not. This is about our values and what we stand for, and it's about the right thing and the wrong thing. And we have time to correct course, and I think that's the most urgent message of them all.
One Democrat told CNN that some in the House are going so far as to push Ocasio-Cortez to run against Schumer in a primary. For the CR bill to pass, Republicans will need 60 votes in the Senate, which means they need Democrats. The House passed the 6-month funding bill earlier this week, mostly on party lines.
Other Democrats piled on Schumer, with Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman writing on X, "Respectfully, Senator Schumer, no. This Republican bill is bad for workers, bad for our veterans, bad for our seniors. Republicans should pull it and let us get back to work crafting a budget that works for all of our families."
Fuck you.
Former Biden advisor Susan Rice also piled on, writing in part, "Every Senate Dem should vote no on cloture and no on the CR. No self-respecting Democratic lawmaker who takes his or her responsibility to their constituents and the Constitution seriously can vote for this despicable Trump Musk power grab CR."
And you know what? As a person that doesn't have children of his own, this pisses me the fuck off. This is why I hate Democrats. Let's talk about this for a minute. Even when I was with my ex and I took care of my stepkids. All right. Why do people that don't have children that make good money, why are we taxed at such a high rate? Why is it my problem that I didn't have kids irresponsibly? Why is it my problem as a single guy that makes almost $70,000 a year? Why is my tax form so much higher than everyone else's? Why? I don't use public schools. I don't use welfare. I don't use the state or the fucking government for anything. I barely use fucking state roadways. Why are single people that make under $100,000 being taxed at such an exorbitant rate for so fucking long? It wasn't as bad under Trump. Before Trump, it was terrible. After Trump, it was terrible. During Trump, I was getting huge tax returns for being a single guy with no kids. That's the problem with Democrats. That's the problem with a lot of people. Why does the whole country, why do people that don't have kids got to pay for kids? Why do people that don't have kids got to pay for schools? Why do people that aren't on welfare got to pay for welfare? Why do people that don't do shit get more than the people that work hard in Democrat areas? Because the shit don't happen in Republican states. It does up here. I seen TikTok after TikTok of women bragging that they got so many kids, they maxed out on fucking child support and they maxed out on how much they can get a month. Why? I know I don't know them personally, but I've seen several videos on TikTok and YouTube of bitches. They're bitches. I don't give a fuck. They're bitches. They're hood rats. Have a different kid's father. All of them on child support. Getting money from the state. And they're maxed out and they're bragging. And they got $3,000 in food stamps. A couple $1,000s in cash. And you took $15,000 out of me in taxes? $12,000 out of me in taxes? How's that fucking right? That's the problem with equity over equality. Yeah, Scumbags, Mark. Bunch of kids, baby daddy off that shit. Crazy. Crazy. I told my ex-girl, stop working. We'll do better. She wouldn't listen. We could have fucking played the whole system. She's probably doing it now that we're not together, but yeah, there's no reward. When it comes to Democrats or the country at this point, there's no reward for working hard if you're a single person. That's why I work off the books. I don't give a fuck. I do not work. If you're going to tax my money, I'm all set. The only thing they tax me on is YouTube. My YouTube shit and the shit I sell on fucking eBay and online. Other than that, nope. I won't do it no more. I'm not doing it. That's why the economy's fucked up too, because a lot of people ain't doing it no more. People don't want to work a job where they get taxed for. Why do I want to work a job to pay for everyone's kids? Why should someone that doesn't have children, and I know a lot of you guys have kids, don't take this the wrong way. Do you think it's fair I got to pay for everyone's kids to go to school? I don't mind paying a little, but what the fuck? Why do people that don't have kids and don't own property and don't use anything the city or the state or the federal government offer, people don't use anything, got to pay for everyone else? More. Why are single people paying more into everything than people with fucking kids and people with families? It's not right. I thank God I don't have children. I really do. The way the world is, the more I look at it, I thank fucking God. I thank fucking God every day. Thank God I don't have kids. And that's a horrible thing to say. Yeah. And then, Mark, you got to fucking play games with the school district, hoping that they fucking say you're corrupt. I looked into doing that. I don't know how it is in Wisconsin, but up here in the Northeast, if they don't like the corrupt, like you got to, the city or the state and the state has to approve the curriculum you're teaching. So that's it. Like, to even try to homeschool, you got to jump through hoops. And if you don't use if you don't use anything that your city offers or your state offers, why do you pay into it? Why? It's fucking gross. Gross. That's why, man, I swear to God, I'm going to keep saving little by little. And fucking whatever happens with this house down the line, I'm buying a fucking van, or I'm going down south and buying a fucking trailer. And I'm just going to be a nomad. I don't think too many. I had mostly 1 and 2s down to the end too, Max. I think it's going to be one of those years where I don't think a lot of fucking underdogs are going to go too far. And I'm sure I'll be wrong, but watching the amount of basketball I watched and looking at the teams and the matchups, I got 3 number 1s and a number 2 in the Final Four. So I hope you join I'm going to share the link again. We're doing a giveaway. Whoever comes up with the most wins, I hope you join our men's bracket on ESPN. I'll share it right now. Tell any of your buddies. All you got to do is be a subscriber to the channel. I thought we'd have a bigger showing. I kind of didn't think it all out, but I'm trying. I think we still only got 5. I got to check emails too. If you're having trouble with that link and you want to join our Final Four, or our March Madness bracket, email me at NatesLiveTalk@yahoo.com if you're having trouble with the link, and I'll send it to you via email. I apologize. I know people are having problems. Someone's going to win a bunch of cool shit. It's a shame more people haven't entered. I thought we'd get more entries, but people are lazy. It is what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, I don't understand why people got to pay fucking... Thank you, Jet. I don't understand why people that don't use the schools and don't use exorbitant taxpayer money pay the most taxes. That's why I'm telling you guys, I don't give a fuck. I always have hustled. I will always survive. I am done paying taxes. I will not do it. I've paid so many taxes at this point in my life. I looked up on Social Security how much I get when I retire if I don't touch it. I'm already maxed out. I'm already maxed out when it comes to it, pretty much. So why the fuck would I continue to fucking beat myself up? And I worked for the government. That's the worst part on top of it. So why would I continue doing it? I got so many health problems. I should just go do fucking Social Security now and call it a day. I'll still get the max because I've been working since I was fucking 12 years old on the books. You can go look that shit up. Go to socialsecurity.com or .gov. You can look up how much you're owed. Oh, yeah. What your payment will be. Don't fucking kill yourself for nothing. I've been thinking about going to getting it recently. I really have. Fuck it. Fuck it. Why continue to get used? Why would you continue to get used? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Mark. And it's going to make for awesome content on YouTube. I can't wait. Because I'm just going to travel around and fucking do my thing and hopefully enjoy the rest of my life. If I run across a cool chick, that would be cool. If not, fuck it. It is what it is. Because the way, why would you want to be stuck? Any other way, if you don't have children or a wife, and even then you're stuck. You're fucking stuck. That shit will drive you nuts. Why do you think people are fucking losing it? Why do you think people are going cuckoo all the time? Because they feel fucking stuck. And then the other half wants you to give them free shit. What's the fucking point? What's the fucking point? Just to be stuck? Paying for everyone else's shit? Nah, fuck you. Fuck that. There's so many ways you can hustle $1 and have fun. You don't gotta fucking sell your soul. You don't gotta sell your soul. Fuck that shit. Look at that dirty mayor. I just showed you that dirty mayor. Right? Mark, look at that dirty mayor I just showed you. Stole that land off of that family. that they had forever for under $1 million. They wanted to develop it for people to live there affordably. Nope, we're going to steal it. We need a new fucking fire department. We need a new police department. You couldn't put it anywhere else. You couldn't put that shit anywhere else. It had to go there. Had to go where they were going to make affordable living for families. In the most democratic spot. Pretty much in the Northeast. These people are full of shit, man. They fucking lied through their teeth. And I don't even know if it's just politicians anymore. I think most of society is that way. I'm not even so sure it's just a political thing anymore. I think it's people in general. And I think it's fucking gross. I think it's fucking gross. And it's going to get worse. Yeah, of course you do. Of course, Mark. You know it. You know it. It was a land grab. It's just a land grab. And you know what else it does? It keeps the prices of homes high in that city. Think about it. Let's think about it. Let me sit down. My feet are starting to hurt. Oh, I gotta lose some weight. What the fuck? I gotta start doing walking videos again. This shit gotta stop. I'm so sick of feeling like shit. Oh. All right. So they create affordable living for working families. It lowers the property value to people, they think. Lowers the property value. And if it's affordable living for working families, they're not going to generate tax dollars. But do you know what generates tax dollars? Building, we need a new fucking police station. We need a new fire department. That generates tax dollars. That raises everyone's taxes. Everyone thinks their homes are worth more because there's no affordable housing in the city, but they're being lied to because all they're doing is funneling more money out of your taxes, making you think your home's worth more. It doesn't take a fucking genius, man. It's not my mayor. My mayor's fucking, they do this everywhere, Ralph. It's nothing new under the sun. It's not in my city, it's in my state. Regardless, it's not right. And then they'll dip into everyone else's fucking tax dollars. They'll get state money, state funding. Where I live, you pay you pay state tax out of your paycheck, and you pay federal tax out of your paycheck. Let that sink in. When I worked for the Postal Service, some weeks I would work 70 hours overtime, never less than 60. I'd work 140 to 150 hours, sometimes 160 hours in 2 weeks. I'd have a paycheck of about $3,500. Do you know what I'd go home with? Under $2,000. With no dependents. Single one. How does that make fucking sense? How does a guy that fucking worked that hard, making that much money, go home with half? And he doesn't use anything that the government has other than their fucking roads. The only thing I use from the government is the fucking roads. All I do is work. It's not like I go walk around the fucking city park. It's not like I have time to go shoot hoops at a city park or a state park or what the fuck are you using other than the roads? And then I got a bridge I got to go over to work that I got to pay a fucking couple bucks each way. It's a fucking joke. It's fucking legal blackmail. That's a good point, too. Where's all that lottery money go? I buy a scratch ticket. I buy like 1 or 2 every week. I can't remember the last fucking one I hit on. Other than for what it's worth. I got a pile of them right here. When's the last time I fucking won on one? And I'm not talking winning my money back. One-on-one. There's 3 losers right here. Funny you say that. Look at them. Not one fucking winner. Where's the fucking money go? Where's the fucking money go? Just for shits and giggles, though. Look it. Ain't no fucking winners. It's a fucking joke. I haven't one-on-one in forever yet. Keno, same thing. Haven't won in forever. I used to win like 2 or 3 times a year. Haven't won one in fucking forever. Fucking joke. Then furthermore, the roads are all fucked up, right, Mark? Your roads are all fucked up. Furthermore, you got states like mine where weed's legal. Where's all the fucking money coming in from weed tax? Most people haven't renewed their fucking medical cards because the only benefit to having a medical card where I live is you don't pay tax. So I got to go pay $100 online to go get a medical card or pay the tax. By the end of the year, it's going to be the same. So I'm just going to pay the tax. It'll go to my state at least. Where's that fucking money go? Where? And at the same time, they've lowered the cost of weed so much, the people growing it are barely surviving. Look into people that grew cannabis before and after it became legal. It's fucking terrible. And I know whatever fucking the black market on weed, it was illegal, yada, 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 whatever. But there was an economy of its own that you fucking crashed. You guys ever hear of Murder Mountain in California? See what legalized weed did? Yeah, bridges are a fucking mess, Mark. They're all fucking old and destroyed. Oh, but Joe Biden, remember, Mark, don't forget, what did Democrats say the entire time during the election? Oh, Biden passed the infrastructure bill. They're going to fix all the bridges. I haven't seen fucking one get fixed right yet. There's 2 bridges that failed in my state. One, my ex-girl used to have to cross. One, I used to have to cross. Do you know how much extra travel and stress that caused on my relationship? Sitting on a bridge, going to work and coming home from work. That takes an hour to cross because it's not safe. I could show you guys videos for days. I live in the most corrupt state in the fucking earth. But they fucking ruin everything. The Democrats have ruined everything. Everything. Because they just pocket it. The ex-governor of my state went to go work for Biden. She looked like the Wicked Witch of the West. She was a scumbag. Gina Raimondo is her name. Gina Raimondo is a fucking scumbag. Her and her husband had to shut down their dispensaries. They should have been thrown in jail. When she was governor of Rhode Island, she made weed legal and made it medically legal and then regularly legal. But her and her husband owned all the dispensaries pretty much. And then they were in charge of giving people a dispensary as well. They had a monopoly on it. Fucking gross. They should be in jail. And she goes to work with Biden, and her husband gets away with everything. Her husband got away with everything. Got away with everything. They just shut everything down. Once she went to work for Biden, they shut down their part of the operation. Complete lie. Complete fucking lie. Complete scumbags. Disgusting. And then you got the media around here, half of faggots or fucking trans, and they blow these people and support them. She ended up becoming Biden's fucking Secretary of Commerce. She's fucking pathetic. Pathetic. Looks like olive oil. Sorry excuse for anything. And the FBI investigated her. The FBI went to investigate her, but they fucking stopped the investigation. And if you go to try to read about it online, you can't unless you pay money to the fucking newspaper to read it. It's fucking disgusting. And she just screwed the state. Funny, right? She pulled that shit with the marijuana. You got 2 bridges failing. A contractor got paid off and fucked up the whole project that almost killed people. And she runs to fucking Washington with Joe Biden, and the fucking lieutenant governor becomes governor, and now it's his problem. And he's a piece of shit too, because he was down with her. But she ran to Washington and got away with all of it. She got away with it all. And I wouldn't be surprised you see this bitch come up in the future as a front runner for a president. I'm telling you. Never vote for this woman. That's her right there. Never vote for this bitch. That's the woman that did everything I just told you about. Complete scumbucket. Ran off to fucking Washington and left the state of Rhode Island in dismay. Complete shitbag. Total shitbag. Got away with it all. And the same thing's happening up in fucking California with their weed. Watch this shit.
One of my boys is rich. He said this meme coin's about to blow up. Yeah. So you in or not, brother? We got to invest.
Damn. My paycheck invests itself. My portfolio is set, man.
You don't believe in yourself. Why do you think I owned it? You thought I rented that? I don't know why he's like that. It's whatever, more for us.
A local restaurant's gift certificate fiasco has caught the eye of the attorney.
Well, I didn't even click on that. What the fuck? That's weird.
There's people that get walking cages in the woods and starve to death almost.
We have more crime than New York City and LA combined. You better stick with someone native around there because they will take you out.
He actually stabbed somebody in the neck with an ice pick. They ended up finding 6 bodies out there.
That's almost right ever since the thing in the tree.
It's over, dude. What do you mean it's over? You gonna kill me? Yes, sir. This is
Murder Mountain, a remote area of California where hundreds of people disappear without a trace every year.
before California legalized weed in 2016, countless illegal weed farms went wild in Humboldt, Trinity, and Mendocino County, this area known as the Emerald Triangle, the largest cannabis producing region in America that supplied an estimated 60% of the country's pot before weed was legalized. But after legalization, most weed farmers were annihilated as legalization brought new taxes, permits, compliance, and large corporate competitors that achieved economies of scale, ultimately increasing the supply of weed, decreasing its value, and destroying the black market economy the people of the Emerald Triangle relied upon. So, almost 10 years since California legalized weed, what happened to the towns, trimmigrants, and farmers that lived in these mountains? I met up with former trimmigrant and citizen journalist Darren in the small town of Willits to explore the remains of the Emerald Triangle while we worked our way all the way up to Murder Mountain.
When I first worked on that farm, I was staying at a local hotel here in Willits. One of the maids, she barely spoke any English, and she saw our trimmigrant signs, and she actually put us into contact with another gentleman named Jose, who drove us up to this one sketch house in the middle of the mountains, and then we got into a second car, and they blindfolded us and drove us here. Even though they blindfolded us, I have photographic memory, so as soon as I saw the local hills and stuff, I knew I was on Houck Terrace, not too far away from all the other pot farms I used to work on. A really dangerous industry, to say the least. You know, sometimes the pot farms up here and feuds between them make the feud between Timmy Turner and the Dinkelbergs look like Sunday in church, to say the least.
So we made our way over to the nearby trailer park to get some wisdom from Darren's old friend. Darren, how do you know this guy?
I used to hitchhike back and forth between San Francisco and Seattle, and this guy was pretty much here all the time. That looks like his trailer right there. His mom might be home. Wish me luck, you guys. I'm going in.
You got this, bro. You got this.
Hey, brother.
this is Darren. I'm looking for the other guy who used to live here. Johnny died?
Like 3 years ago.
They shot him or what?
No, he had that brain tumor. Some assholes took him over to the house, and because he was smoking meth. They said that he had a seizure in the bathtub.
Dude, so Johnny died.
Okay, let's get out of their hair then.
But the gentleman said he's willing to maybe do an interview.
I'm here with
Thomas Ortega.
So why do so many people go missing out here?
It said they need 1,000 people to trim. They'd send out 40,000 flyers. Here it's the summer. You hardly see anybody that speaks English because the trimming's coming to town and everybody speaks French and Russian and all these different languages.
From Europe?
Oh, they're everywhere from Europe. They come here in hopes of getting trim jobs. They can't get any, so they're stuck in Garberville. And there's hundreds and hundreds of little tiny roads that disappear out in the hills, and they go for miles and miles and miles and miles. Some people are really bad because they're out there cooking, and it gets real dodgy out there. So you don't go roaming around.
When did you notice the cartel presence out here?
When you start seeing signs along those roads that everywhere about buying houses for cash, people that buy homes and they'll buy cash, and they set them up for grow houses.
Okay.
You know, I don't know if it's cartel or I don't know if the cartel even makes. I don't know what they do around here. The town there between
Alder Point?
Leggett. You'll start seeing signs on stores of people that are missing and stuff. Yeah. Okay. But mainly in Garberville.
We're thinking about going to Covelo tonight. Any advice?
Oh my God, Covelo's bad. Covelo, just be careful in Covelo. It's all reservations. The state put, at one time, they must put like 6 or 7 different tribes in Covelo. Let them sit there and they fight it all out. So they fight between themselves. They're all gang members and they all fight. And they kill people and put them in trunks and set them on fire and they shoot people.
Exactly, Jeff.
Bad road. It's a bad area to stop. It's a bad area to go in. And
it's the Wild West out here, huh?
They had a road saying you could go to Fort Bragg. But once you get out so many miles, the roads turn.
Exactly, Jet. Because they stole the whole industry. They stole the industry for themselves. The only people making money in those industries are the people in bed with the government. It's the only people. These people that were doing it for years illegally want to go legal. They can't make it. And then you still got illegal people up there. And now you got cartels doing it. And they're orphan people. This fucking thing will... This fucking little 25-minute video will make your fucking head spin. And this is liberal California. Oh yeah, we want everyone to grow pot and we can make money off it. Bullshit. Look at what's happening. You've been infiltrated by illegals. And then you took over the business for yourself. So the people that were doing it can't even make $1 anymore.
Numbers, and then there's no more roads. And if you don't know where you're going out there, you end up in some sketchy, weird places. I want to go steelhead fishing out there in the river, but I won't drive out there.
All right, bro, you got me nervous now, but appreciate the intel. So we begin our trek up to Garberville, but real quick, you make videos but don't have any time to make shorts or clips, and it'll automatically turn the Opus Pro to end up this week.
They're out there. They're squatting. You see the lights? Actually, it's not even real.
Holy shit, there's people out there.
This is the weed industry out here.
I mean, it was big before. It's kind of dead now. Yeah. You don't really hear much about that. Like, but growing up, it was a big thing. There's a lot of stories you hear up at.
We're trying to learn more about the dark side of the cannabis industry. Do you have any thoughts?
Exactly.
Dark side of the cannabis industry? Go to Covelo.
You go up to Covelo if you really want to get, like.
What is it?
It's called Covelo. That's where I hear the most stories of.
Okay.
So you go to Covelo, you better stick with someone native around there because they will take you out. When I lived up there were
Are the
wars.
cartel and the tribes at war right now?
They were last time I was up there, and you want cops? I had to threaten someone's life to a cop because they told me they'd show up the next day for a situation that happened with my kid. So I said, if you don't, he'll be dead and you'll be here in 2 hours anyway. So they showed up. It takes them 2 hours to get there in a situation where they know someone's going to die. When they told me, oh, we'll wait till tomorrow to do something about that, I said, you either come now or you're going to be coming in 2 hours because this hatchet in my hand's going to be taken off his head.
We hear a lot of people are getting killed out there.
It was where there's like every month there was someone dying, if not more than someone.
Who's killing them and why?
It's population control. The Covelians, they like the money. They really lose on the loss of their family members. I mean, it's like the Indians are getting treated really bad again.
Tell us what we should look out for.
Definitely the cops. If you don't have your back on them, then the town won't trust you. Maybe if you had a gun, hand it to them.
Give them the gun.
Yeah, because I doubt if they'll enjoy the gun. That's what they told me when I got there.
Give us your gun.
If you go steal us a gun, then you can stay here with your brother in 8th grade.
You were in 8th grade?
Yeah, they're going to kill me and kill my brother too.
Have you been to Kovala?
No.
Okay. Have you heard of Murder Mountain?
Yeah.
What do you know about it?
Not much to talk about.
What do you mean?
Just not much to talk about.
You don't know much about it, or people kind of zip their mouths when they think about it?
We hear why talk about it.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said.
Kovala. That's what I keep hearing. And it sounds like, Darren, we're gonna have to head up there, find a native contact, and see what's actually going down. But first, we're headed to Alder Point. And rumor has it, lots of illegal weed farms out there, I think. Is that accurate?
I would say that.
Oh, no one wants to hear your shitty rap music.
Weed on Earth is grown on Murder Mountain.
You know, I've been over on a couple farms over there and stuff. There's some people that, you know, are bad people, you know, and they're doing some trafficking up there and everything. There's a lot of wholesalers coming from the East Coast, you know, because, you know, we got the best weed, you know, better than Colorado, Oregon.
We're headed into the belly of the beast, if you will. We're going to Murder Mountain. Do you have any advice for us so as to not end up on the news?
Okay, so a lot of people are going to have guns and everything, you know, they're going to have all types of guns, you know.
Before we make it to Alder Point, aka Murder Mountain, we first have to spend the night in Garberville.
My friends and I, we used to camp down here at the Eel River. They found a woman's body burnt alive in a refrigerator. Used to be a lucrative thing. You'd get paid per pound you trimmed up. They'd give you a couple $100, and now you're lucky to make it out with your life at the end of the season.
And then I stumbled upon these weed farmers walking around the parking lot who agreed to an interview before I went to bed. Where are we at right now?
Garberville, California, Emerald Triangle.
What do you do out here?
Pretty much a little bit of everything, from growing the beautiful marijuana plants to getting it ready for sales.
So you're not a trimmer grad?
Right, not a trimmer. Yeah, I'd rather grow it and hire the trimmers than, we're the farmers out here.
We're farmers.
So how long have you been growing weed out here?
22, 23 years now.
How has the weed industry changed since the legalization of weed?
There's not really no money to be made anymore. There's nothing really to do with pot anymore unless you're selling to the clubs. It's not even worth to water your plants. They're asking like ridiculous, like $25 a pound, and before it was like at $2,000.
Tell me about your role hiring the trimmigrants and where these trimmigrants are from.
I try to stay away from anybody new. It keeps everybody safe. If they have experience, then take them up someplace, to work, of course, and test them out there. And then if they're good enough or do a lot and not complain, and ship them off to another boss. Just try to keep the circle going.
People don't even trim anymore. I'm surprised these people are still trimming out there. They got these tumblers now where it's all robotic. They don't hire people to trim weed anymore. They have these fucking machines they put it in, and it trims the weed for them. So it's like the whole fucking thing has destroyed people.
These trimmigrants are in like indentured servitude type situations. Is that common?
How should I put this? There is some scary things up here. Yeah. Like it's not all just hey, peace, love, and hair grease. You gotta watch yourself if you're working up on the hills.
It sounds like after the weed was legalized, this whole town's economy collapsed in on itself. The town is dead. They're suffering right now.
They are definitely pinching pennies, and when they find them, they're rubbing them, and they're trying to make something out of nothing. It's a dying industry.
Now today is an ominous, foggy morning. You can still see the moon out there.
But Snoop Dogg walks around a millionaire smoking that shit. That's what I love about that. That's what I find crazy about it. You got all these rich weed heads that smoke weed and don't support anyone that grows the shit. It's fucking nuts.
There's another question for you. I wonder if you could tell me a little bit of history about the town. Would you be down to tell me a little bit about the before and after since the weed legalization?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Too sensitive? Or?
Before, there was tons of businesses and everybody could afford stuff to go on like vacations. Now, since legalization, as you can see, there's a bunch of businesses closed down. People are moving out. It's definitely gone downhill.
What was the community supported by? Like the weed business?
Yes. Everybody grew weed, had their grows and stuff, and then legalization, everybody had to get permits, all the different regulations and stuff, and so now everybody is like, getting rid of all that.
How you doing? Question for you, brother. You know anything about Murder Mountain? Huh? I'm a joke? We're trying to figure if most of it's like myth or bullshit, you know what I mean?
Where are you from?
I'm in Esto.
Okay, go back home.
What's the situation with people going missing out here?
A lot of it was to do with the weed, people getting, like ripped off or getting worked, and then, oh, well, we're not going to pay you, you'll just go missing.
Like we're talking workers on some of these farms?
Yes. And other things, because there's other, other drugs and whatnot, but...
Oh, hell no.
All right, I'm telling you, it's over, dude.
What do you mean it's over?
Don't fuck.
You're gonna kill me?
No, I ain't gonna kill you.
All right, what are you talking?
My paycheck invests itself. My portfolio's set.
Yeah, rich people own it now.
We're trying to learn, though. We're trying to figure out...
It's up there, so don't fucking go.
Some young kid, and the dude who owned the dog, because the kid was like, I'll kill your dog,
Sure.
And he ended up getting shot and killed.
The kid?
But even like right here on the bluffs, people have gotten thrown off, jumped off.
Oh, damn, okay.
Off, and right over the guardrail onto the river. Because there's been multiple people to where everybody has to do their own like vigilante research and justice and trying to find their family members. And there's been a bunch of people that I have known that are gone. Nobody knows.
All right, brother.
Where you got me, on YouTube or Facebook?
Hopefully Facebook.
Oh, scam book? Okay. I'll see you there.
Hell yeah, brother.
Fucking
Can I ask
weirdo.
your thoughts on Garberville?
How about I ask you to get off my property? This is private property. You need to leave now before you're trespassing.
So this is the Garberville laundromat. Growing up, hitchhiking across the country, it would rain nonstop every day, all night. Our clothes would be soaked, we'd be wet. This is one of the few places you can go get your clothes dried up here.
We were talking to a gentleman out there about Murder Mountain, and he got pretty aggressive immediately. What's going on with that?
It's not over yet. I thought it was over.
Murder Mountain? That's what we're trying to figure out. How much of it's fiction versus fact.
Yeah, I don't call it Murder Mountain. I call it Adultery Point.
Okay.
Have you heard of anybody going missing lately or any bodies being found along the river? Have you seen Bigfoot by chance?
Yes, all three actually.
Tell us a little more.
My main thing is that there's a bunch of dead animal carcasses. As far as humans, you always find out with humans. I mean, we keep track of our people. And then it just seemed to progress. Every time you go in the supermarket, it seems like there's fresh meat, And then that freaks you out, like, is it humans also that are,
The meat was a little sweet, wasn't it? I've traveled the world. I've met thousands of people from all walks of life, from every corner of the globe, and I can't shake the feeling that woman was a cannibal back there. It's...
All right, cut, We're going to head up to Redway and then to Alder Point. We are getting closer and closer into the heart of Murder Mountain. As we drove higher into the foggy mountains and closer to Alder Point, I spotted these people camping in the woods off the side of the road and wondered if they knew anything.
We're gonna walk up this mountain right now and just say what's up. Keep it chill. Just be friendly. Out loud, make your presence known in case we see a few camps up here.
Hey.
Anybody right up here?
How's it going?
Morning, brother. I'm a friend. May I approach? I have no guns or anything.
Hey, sir, how are you? We're trying to talk to some farmers out here and some trimmers. Do you work out here?
I used to. I've been working a long time.
Is that after, the legalization of weed?
Yeah, pretty much. There's the black market.
We hear about a ton of missing people up here in these mountains. Is that still a problem?
I don't know about people coming up missing too much anymore. There's definitely still some people missing back there.
I actually know a lot about the topic that you're talking about, Terry.
I want to know everything I can.
Well, I grew up out here, and back quite a few years ago now, my brother actually, he froze out in these hills. It was really interesting the way it happened because there was a dispute over water with my neighbors because they wanted the water for their weed plants and for cattle for whatever reasons. A lot part of it was for the land. My brother, he froze out in these hills, and there's even some bruises. His fingernails were pulled back and that kind of stuff, and it's just suspicious. And so I've always kind of had something going on about that, but it's happened so many years ago, and we couldn't do anything. And then the law enforcement didn't really make a large effort for it. They had dogs retrieve him. That was that's one of the first times where I was really impacted by this. For a long time, I actually grew up over in Bell Springs, or worked over in Bell Springs, up in the mountain. I actually heard rumors that some of this started happening way back in the 80s. There was actually some people that were murdering people up in the hills, but they're actually cannibals too. And they were way up there, and there was actually some cannibalism going on.
We're headed up to Alder Point. We're trying to learn more about some of the dark underbelly of these mountains. What should we know?
That you're going to be in and out of cell phone range, and that people here don't really warm up to strangers. Yeah, I'm a bit concerned that you're going up Alder Point. I don't know if you watched the series Murder Mountain. There's a lot of missing persons up here. Get asked to work and they never get paid, and they demand payment, and then they just get shot and killed and buried in someone's backyard.
What's the craziest thing you guys have heard about here?
That Ryan Tanner shit is pretty crazy.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't there cannibalism?
I don't know about cannibalism.
Jesus. Tell me about Ryan Tanner.
He at least killed one friend of ours for sure.
Serial killer out here or what?
Supposedly, yeah.
Jesus, okay.
There's a bunch of bodies on the property.
I had another neighbor about 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago. He actually stabbed somebody in the neck with an ice pick. When he did that and he stabbed that guy in the neck, the police went out and they raided his property, and they brought cadaver dogs out there. They ended up finding 6 bodies out there.
They think that they can come here and make like a few $1,000s. There's a lot of promises. They're living in their cars. They're living in tents. And then when it comes time to get paid, they don't get paid. And I've heard so many horror stories. They just get shoved off the hill.
Are there other drugs in the mountains besides cannabis?
It's people getting carried away.
Way to go, California. California is the biggest dumpy, shitty fucking dump shithole cesspool in the United States by far. I fucking firmly believe it at this point. California even fucked up the weed game. Nuts.
They get this money and then they start using drugs, and then their brains stop working, and so then they turn violent or whatever.
Do you think the police do a good job at maintaining control of the situations out here, or are they kind of hands off?
That's part of what the problem is. They're all rookies. They're all being trained up here. And so this is just a training ground for most people. There's a few officers that do a good job.
Fucking nuts. Keep voting liberal. Keep voting Democrat, stupid fucks.
I'm pretty sure they caught the person that did it.
So when weed was legalized, people lost a ton of money out here. The communities were destroyed overnight, or what?
When I first came here, this place was
like the
majestic, and it was just like, yes, it was amazing. I mean, so many people here. I mean, I could go to the Brass Rail and like.
It still ain't this bad.
You know? And down by the river, there'd be like little.
Still ain't this bad. All trade.
It was amazing. I saw the aftermath. I've seen the aftermath of like.
Far from that.
Quite a few of my friends. Like I saw my friend Emerson. He was hanging in a tree. Yeah.
Hanging in a tree?
Yeah.
You got some form of retribution out here?
And I saw my friend Sarai floating face down in the river, you know. Jordan Rose was tossed over a cliff. And, I mean, I could go on and on and on. My friend Dave was found the next day, you know.
It's crazy.
On the trail, right? If you guys are going up there with the camera and stuff, and you ask people if they mind, you know, if you film, I wouldn't go very far up there. Just be careful. Don't fucking go up there.
Ryan, thank you so much, brother. Be safe out here.
I don't think they will ever be that bad.
Express concern for our safety. We had a
California's way more left.
Alder.
Believe it or not.
Real quick.
I'd be like, go on down the road, you fuck.
If you want to support
my state ain't big enough.
Journalism that is not bought and paid for by corporate interests, along with exclusive DLC content that YouTube won't let me upload, and uncensored.
And I would hit the fucking road.
Videos before they go up on YouTube. Go subscribe at patreon.com/Tyler Oliveira for less than $5 a month. We made it to Alder Point. Here's the USPS. Looks to be closed.
Yeah. Of course it's filled with lowlifes. They allowed all that shit. That's why it's gotten worse too. They legalized fucking people using drugs. They legalized people fucking stealing. They legalized everything in California. And look where they are now. You can't even fucking grow weed without getting killed.
It looked like a complete ghost town with the only store in sight closed, the postal office vacant, and abandoned cars on the side of the roads. But I was
Fucking
surprised to see
shithole.
this dude across the street.
We're traveling across the Emerald Triangle out here, trying to dock the post office mountains.
Nice to meet you. I've been here for 30 fucking years.
Tell me how this place has changed before and after legalization of weed.
We lost the store.
Not like California, Ace. I watch videos everywhere I get around the Northeast. I've never seen homelessness like California. They open their doors to the shit. And unfortunately, even though they're going back on all the shit they tried to set forward, it's probably too late. It's going to take a long time to clean up that fucking dump, if ever. You can't make it legal to steal and legal to sell drugs and legal to do drugs, especially hard drugs, and think you're going to have a productive fucking anything.
No more store? It used to be right there?
That store was open since I was 12 years old here. Been open since 1910, and it's closed. There's no gas. There's no nothing, dude. This place is done. The legalization of marijuana killed this country.
What's real? What's fake?
There's nothing real about
You should move.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a real nice place. It's nothing like it used to be. With the legalization of weed and everything, it just kind of dried out around here.
What was this place like during its boom?
I've only been here 12 years now.
Okay.
But, and everyone had, pockets full of cash, and people were having fun with it. And, small businesses were booming. Everyone was doing really good. It was just very lively. A lot of good people running around, but also too, on top of that, it brought a lot of bad company. A lot of people that were just here for the money, didn't care about the environment. Left a lot of big messes. Mainly, a lot of people had to get 9-to-5 jobs.
Okay.
We just wasn't worth anything. So yeah, places like this are pretty much ghost towns.
Unsurprisingly, this place was a complete ghost town. While the few residents I could find shared me the nostalgic stories of its glory days, they all still seemed to enjoy the peace and isolation they still had. But not everyone was happy to see outsiders with cameras poke their heads around.
It's tough to leave home.
Yes, sir.
It's tough to leave home, Ralph. It's very tough to leave where you lived your entire life. Very tough to do. It's not that easy.
The only reason that there's probably been a lot of, killings and stuff out this way is because, like I said earlier, the weed money brought in, just people coming to look to make a big buck, a fast buck or whatever. Those are the people that...
And Democrats aren't stupid. They know it's a Democrat state. California is huge. It's got a large population. If you win California, you got a damn good shot at winning the election. They're not fucking stupid. It's all calculated. It's all calculated. Democrats know if they win California, they're fucking a quarter of the way to the presidency almost. That's nuts.
Typically, it caused the problems.
Was he trying to... Is homeboy just being theatrical over there?
No, he was just being a dick because he didn't like me talking to nobody about this place.
During the height of the cannabis industry, how much were some of these farmers bringing in per year? Millions of dollars?
Well, that's you, Ralph. Everyone's
They
different.
were multi-million-dollar operations.
What was it like working for some of those guys?
Sucked. They were real dickheads, dude. They were tighter than fuck, dude, and they barely give you a fucking rebuild kit for your motorcycle so you go to work the next fucking day, dude.
Can the people come visit or stay the hell away?
We like our peace and quiet. But no, you guys are more welcome to come.
No, it's like the stash plants.
Oh, let's see this light. God damn. So this is the stuff they sell like cookies?
No. We have 6 plants here that we can grow legally.
Aaron is going to do a little taste test here.
No chemicals, no poison.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is some of the best weed I've ever smoked.
Do you like to dispel any myths about this place? We talked to...
Not on no YouTube. I don't want no video.
Okay, for sure.
Too close to the neighborhood to have any outsiders, man. We don't want this on YouTube. I'll come to all the point. Hey, all you scumbags, come to all the point or whatever, all you losers or whatever. We don't want that, you know?
I hear you.
You guys don't give a about all the point. Go somewhere else, man. We don't want to be nationally known or world known, man.
No, it's too fucking late. It's too fucking late. Well, guys, that's all I got for tonight. I'll be back tomorrow. Click on the link if you want to join our March Madness giveaway. Hasta mañana, or see you in a few hours. Peace.